Good morning. Such a beautiful day here in the incredible Crescent City. We went out and saw some redwoods this morning. It was absolutely incredible. Such a beautiful place. And we are so excited because we're going on a field trip. So do we need to call roll this morning? And then we will hear from somebody about the plans. Call roll then, please, Vanessa. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Here.
Commissioner Bochco. Commissioner Cummings.
I'm here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Harmon. Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Noddle.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Here.
Chair Hart.
Here, thank you so much, Vanessa. All right, so who would like to just let everyone know what the plan is? Here comes our director. All right, Director Hucklebridge.
Good morning, everybody. So we have a super exciting field trip today. What we're going to do is we're going to go out. We have about 4 vehicles that we're going to all split up into. And so we're going to have 3 commissioners per vehicle. Our staff will be driving. We'll have another staff person in the vehicle. So just groups of 3. We'll kind of convene outside, split everybody up into vans, and be on our way. For the members of the public, out at the front desk, there is a couple-paged, so they're all holding it back there, a couple-page description of where we're going and a map. And so you are more than welcome to follow us in your vehicles. And we will see everybody out on the field trip. So really excited. And and if you have sunblock, highly recommend hat and water. So, all right, I think we're all set.
All right, terrific. What time did you say we'd be back?
We will be starting back up at 1:30.
Okay, perfect. All right, here we go.
2017 or 17-1 DAF is the federal funding possibility. So ever since then, the FHWA came out with money for design in 2017, and so we've employed a contractor and local civil engineers and local geologists to work on a project, which essentially, the original project, as Blake said, is at 30% completion. The plans are, so that's it for design. It stretches 2 blocks down. So this is 9th Street, 8th Street right here, 7th and 6th. So basically till the next house is the direction this is going on at that point. And then beyond the turnout is what's called the Pocket Beach, which is the next block to the north. At this location and at Pocket Beach, when this accelerated erosion occurred in the 2016 storm, the road sunk. We had the scalloping that you traditionally see around the edge of roads. Got everybody very excited, and therefore, thus the damage was obviously visible, and the need to address it became very important, and therefore we went through the process of talking to the Federal Highway Administration, to find relief, and at that point we also started talking to the Coastal Commission and started working through that process. I think we've had 3 applications, and we're on our 4th to the Coastal Development Permit.
We have 2 pending applications, one from the city and one from the county, I believe.
Okay,
and
correct.
Kind of pending
Yes.
for a while as we kind of work
Right.
through.
Yeah. So we're not full applications, but submittals, resubmittals, what have you. Yeah, the county has a similar problem, and so a potential solution here may or may not affect what they're doing.
The county line is just which street? It's just up the
Yeah,
road.
the county line is basically in the Pocket Beach. So essentially that 2-story blue house fence, that's where the city ends. So our project goes from the Pocket Beach area down to 6th Street. That is the large large project, excuse me. So we're working through, we can get into financials, probably not your guys' favorite subject. But the recent update is in January, I believe 10th of this year, we had a large storm, and the second scallop that went over is what went down. And that happened on was it Friday night? Saturday. Candace is sorry, not to point out.
That's right.
Candace is a witness. Yeah, she lives right here. So the funny story, a little humor and everything.
Yeah.
So when the police showed up and closed the road, Candace got some phone calls from her friends concerned that she was in trouble.
I don't know if they thought they either thought I was dead or I had a meth lab, but it was a toss-up.
But the police descended upon her. Anyway, shortly thereafter, obviously we closed the street, and we had a couple efforts out here cleaning up. Initially, there was a hazard involved because the bank wind, as you saw the pictures yesterday, the rope was hanging, and people do amazing things. They just walk right out on it. And so we had to pull that back. We've actually pulled back the overhangs twice now. Gone to a more permanent rail because obviously we're not doing the emergency opening funding.
Can you explain what
Yes.
the plan, what the cities and the county's plan generally is for the stabilization work?
So what was designed, the design in 2017, what was initially planned was a soldier pile and lagging wall with tiebacks. And then rock revetment at the bottom, place as much soil as we can on it to get the natural plants to come back. I mean, obviously we don't want people walking along or looking and seeing an ugly wooden wall. So the initial design was to put rock out far enough, bring the soil essentially back to the top so it would look natural. A few years back, the county did just a shotcrete soil nail wall without doing it to the toe and without using the lagging, and the sea got underneath it and it's just basically failed, 10 years later. So we're obviously trying to go for a more substantial design, so that's the design we're heading with soil pile lagging walls. For this section, and then the outcropping itself was going to be rock revetment and cobble to protect the parking area. Looking forward, when this happened, so we initially had the slide, we had a second one, we brought out our consultants, emergency opening funding was mentioned, just in terms of timeliness and permitting, we looked at doing a micropile wall because this slide is higher up, it's not directly all the way to the beach. The pocket beach location actually goes all the way down to the ocean, so that's a deeper and more impactful by the wave action. So we're looking at possibilities of, do we need the soldier pile everywhere? Can we do a micropile with rock revetment is the other option. So in all cases, it's basically going to be steel pile, wood, or smaller pile, and shotcrete, one or the other, and then you've got to protect that toe, otherwise you'll have erosion come right up underneath what you've put back in. And so that's the crux, is then if we put enough, in a perfect world, you rock all the way out the ocean, but none of us want that. You want to be able to walk the beach, you want it to look nice, so we need to minimize the impacts. The other option is to stack rock against the wall, and as Mother Nature eats it away, the rock can tumble down and keep protecting your toe. Nobody wants to spend this money, and we don't want it, you don't want it, to do something that's going to last 5, 8, 10 years. That's not the goal. Yes.
I have a question.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you were there yesterday when I kind of made some comments about this. I'm the local commissioner, Linda Escalante. I live here in Crescent City too. It's great to meet you. So this obviously, this was the first thing that I showed the commissioners when we drove up. Right. This is incredibly precious. From the locals, what I've heard is that this is highly utilized by pedestrians, especially in the summer at sunset. This gets actually pretty congested and quite unsafe for pedestrians. The lanes are too tight, the cars are too big. Have you guys thought about redesigning the road so maybe this road requires less armoring, it's more modality, other mobility friendly, but not car, and push the cars into the next road, at least to sort of just cut through this really tough area? Because what we worry as commissioners is this is going to keep coming, all these expenses eventually, the ocean is going to overtake
Can I
it.
address some of that?
But one second, we're going to lose the beach and the Pebble Beach if we armor this whole thing. So have you guys thought about at least moving the cars off this road?
That is an option. I think the word that comes with that is retreat, right? And so it would be the least desirable of the solutions for us as a
I'd like
community.
to also, if I can, am I allowed to speak? My name's Candace Tinkler. I do live here.
Is this your house?
That's my house.
Oh, okay.
But what I'm saying, I sincerely, just a little background, I'm retired now, but I spent almost 40 years working for the National Park Service around the United States. So now I know my geology pretty well. So I wanted to address just a few things that I think are important as background. One is that I'm glad it's low tide today because you can clearly see, yes, we do have beach, but directly below this area has never, this was always rocky. It was almost impossible even at low tide to walk before the landslide. Now actually there is some soil down there, but directly below this landslide was always rocky. Just to be clear on that, this was not beach right below, but of course it is beach there. The other thing that I think is really important to know about Del Norte County, maybe you already know this, but we heard yesterday that Humboldt Bay was the fastest rising sea level in California. Del Norte County is probably the slowest. According to the USGS and NASA, our uplift is at a faster rate than sea level, which doesn't mean much because we still have, as you all know, a heated ocean and terrific storms coming in. So I'm not denying that, you know, I'm not a climate change denier or something. I totally understand that we have a problem. But I also just want to make it clear that we are not everywhere. You know, if there's anything you guys ought to know is obviously California is different along its thousands of miles, and we're not the same as Humboldt, we're not the same as Newport Beach and all those. So we have different concerns. I would respectfully disagree that there are tons of people walking. There's always people who really enjoy walking and bicycling, but I wouldn't call it tons. I mean, I really would be an advocate of improving, as our city's already working on, improving our bike access, making it safer. I do agree with that, but I don't know if I ever saw a situation that was particularly unsafe here. What is unsafe now is that this road, 8th Street, used to be quite quiet, and so it was very favored by walkers and dog walkers. People park there all the time. We have a playground. And now we've got people really going fast down 8th Street and much more traffic, probably 3 times the traffic on 8th Street. So in a way, we've created a worse safety hazard than we had before, which the city is trying to work on they put in some stop signs. They are working on that. And they're working on, the only thing I disagreed with Dave was that we had some big potholes on 8th Street before this happened, and he filled them in. And Allison is one of my neighbors. The other thing I want to let you know is that we're not all vacation homes. In fact, the 3 homes that are on here between 7th and 8th, we all live in them. They're not Airbnbs. In fact, a lot of this area right around this park, yes, we have lots of vacation homes in this area, but the area around here actually is people living pretty much full time. So
Thank you.
that's
Yeah,
another
so
thing.
Hi, I'm the chair.
I'm sorry, I'm going to shut up now.
No, it's great, and I'm so grateful for your service in the National Park Service. That's fantastic. But anyway, so I think what we have here is we have the summary. Thank you very much about the city's plans, and we'll hear more about that when it comes before us. Are there other topics that, Melissa, you wanted to address here?
Can I finish addressing the question? So,
Sure.
one issue that was brought up, and this we've heard this from the geologists. So, the concern with just localizing or diverting this one track is something can we just abandon this or rock it and move on? And your comment is correct, but also has to be brought into scale. If we were to rock just this one area, the tides, as you guys probably know better than I do, but the ocean is not coming just straight at the beach. It's coming down. So if you stick rock out into it, you're going to have a wraparound effect, which you can erode the next section. Okay, so that's why whatever we do here has to be consistent. So we can't just say, well, this one little section is narrow, and can we just bypass this one block? Can we just rock this or shut this block down because it's narrow and divert them elsewhere? So at some point, the only way this can survive geologically with the ocean currents is to rock, to have a consistent pattern so that there's not a jetty so-called sticking out.
And we have our coastal engineer and geologist are, engaged in this, in reviewing these plans, the city's plans and the county's plans, and we're exploring alternatives and asking for that, and that's part of the reason why the applications have been pending for quite a while. But there is a kind of an emergency situation here, so we may be or the city may be processing some sort of emergency permit for the work that's in their jurisdiction sometime soon. I don't think that's happened yet. So Yes.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so on that note, so there will be brought before the Coastal Commission, most likely, or a comment or at least continued discussions, that at some point, if we look at the big picture, the way things are headed right now, nothing's going to happen this year, really, in terms of funding and permitting. We accept that, but we're going to have to do something with this to get us through so we don't lose more road. So that was mentioned, I think, yesterday as well. So we may do a temporary solution, armor this, to a point we can get through the winter to kind of let ourselves regroup over the winter and figure out what we're going to do next year. So, but we'll certainly continue our communications.
Thank you.
Because the same thing's happening right across the street from my house.
Yes,
That was
we've
happening
discussed
right
that.
here.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's all the way up Pebble Beach Drive, and we're going to be driving to the next stop, which we'll drive kind of slowly along Pebble Beach Drive and observe as you go along the connectivity of like the coastal connections, the coastal trail, the pocket beaches along this route to the next stop, which is Point St. George, where they're going to be filling a gap in the coastal trail. Yeah, so that's it.
Before you all take off, I'm Kelly Shalong and I'm on the city council. I just wanted to say that the last time that I was able to communicate directly with the Coastal Commission was when Peter Douglas was alive. And he came here to Crescent City and we had a really good meeting. And I wanted to just say thank you for being here on the ground, actually looking at the issues that we're struggling with. It's really appreciated by our mayor and our council.
Happy to be here. Thank you so much for
Yep.
hosting.
I think I cut off a question. I'm sorry.
While you're here, some of the things that are also should be of concern is we have a huge problem with invasive species, as you can see. This entire slope you would have seen, if it hadn't gone down, you would have seen calla lilies and daffodils and blackberry and not a single thing that was native. So we do have issues. I mean, besides the whole.
Yes.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Eat that stuff.
Did you just say you're on Cove Day?
It's very invasive, yes. Thank you for letting me speak. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, you were very interested in the hearing yesterday.
No, I'm interested, and I also, you know, it's kind of ironic this is happening because I actually voted. One of my earliest voting, times was voting for.
Gather out there and then hear some stories from folks that can tell us about where we are and what we're going to see. Okay. So follow it this way.
Have you taken pictures about this? I have.
Although I'm kind of illustrating the problem, aren't I? There's more than one trail. There's 50 trails.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Oh, holy cow.
Yeah.
So what are you looking at?
Watch the ants here, people, but come closer. So if everyone could kind of come closer so you can hear, that would be great. But yeah, come on, gather around. Beautiful day. We're so lucky. I wanted to introduce Untitled. She's a citizen of the Redesignation and works in the security department. She's going to kick off our gathering here.
So Hagi Osham, good morning. Shihushi Santaye. I'm from the village of Mili Chundin, and I'm just glad to be here today and welcome you to Talawa Dami, and hope that you enjoy, not only the beauty of our place, but also the kindness of our people. When I was first learning different songs and culture, we were taught that you let yourself feel things, right? So share with you today because this is such a magnificent place for us. It's a very meaningful place, and we have connection here, and we'll always have connection here. And so I want to open up. We always like to open up in a good way because that's just how we start our day. It's how you start discussions with others so that we can break down any barriers, open our minds to each other, and just come together and work well. So thank you for having me today. So I will open up. We're really grateful to be here. And then so part of me also wants to share one other song because this song is a Nadar song, so it's a feather dance song for us, and it was the very first song that I learned when I was crossing over from being a dancer to a woman, and so it's kind of that transition that we take over. So, and why I want to share this song with you is because it is a song that is about the place that falls into the ocean, and so it's actually Hartford Creek, and you guys might have passed when you came through here, and so that this song is basically this place too. Shuksha Sentaye for welcoming us. Hagiasham, Tagihan, Untinadute, Shakushi Sinkipford. Good morning, welcome to Tagihan. I'm the Tribal Heritage Preservation Officer for the Tallawai-Dani Nation. I'm going to speak real briefly on the cultural significance of this landscape. The California Coastal Trail in Del Norte County runs through Tallawai-Dani lands and traverses 18 Tallawah villages, associated cemeteries, gathering, harvesting, and hunting areas, ceremonial and sacred sites. We are currently standing in the Tallawah village of Tagi'an. This project will ultimately be throughout two Tallawah villages, Satsang and Tagi'an. This area is not just historically significant to our people, but it remains an integral part of our lives. Despite colonialism and our complicated history, we continue our connection to these lands in many ways. This area is home to a critical ecosystem with vast biodiversity where we continue to harvest our food, utilitarians, and ceremonial items. The Tallawai-Dani Nation, along with two other neighboring tribes, has designated this area an intertribal marine sanctuary, the first in the United States. Our nation conducts critical habitat assessments,
rocky intertidal mapping, and keystone species monitoring here to help inform continued stewardship and management of the area and its resources. We also want to acknowledge the complex status of this area. There are multiple land management agencies and stakeholders with diverse goals and interests. And we look forward to continuing our collaborative work with our partners, providing indigenous input to protect our cultural landscapes, resources, enhancing interpretive opportunities, and providing responsible public access. The Tallahwas share our homelands with the hope that we can all be stewards of the land. So we hope everyone enjoys their time today, and I'm gonna pass it off to Peter, wherever Peter is.
Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for coming out. I wanted to start by, this is a really, oh sorry, I'm Peter Jarash, I work for the State Coastal Conservancy. Louder, yes, oh my God. I'll try. My name is Peter, I work for the State Coastal Conservancy. This is truly a collaborative effort. As both Cynthia and Santaya mentioned, I just wanted to briefly introduce the folks who have been working on this for quite a while. As you heard from the Tallahwas Nation, also tribal member, council member Kevin Galoo from...
Right here, Peter.
Oh, sorry. There you are, Kevin. Thank you. From the Elk Valley Rancheria, from the County of Del Norte, Supervisor Joey Borges, and Heidi Kunstthal, the Director of Community Development, and from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Sean Prez, the Lands and Wildlife Program Supervisor, from the California Department of Parks and Recreation, John Miller, Melody Vaughn, our excellent trail boss, Greg Collins, and Rosalind Lidsky. And then from also helping out from Smith River Alliance, Patty McCleary, and Monica Scholey. So this project has been in the works for quite a long time. The land was acquired from the previous owner in 2002 with grants from the Wildlife Conservation Board, the Coastal Conservancy, and with some fundraising effort as well from the Tallahwas Nation. And that's sort of what has us out here. Those grants also covered a management plan for the area, which it's been long in the works, and this is one of the outcomes of that management plan. The proposed project that will come to you probably sometime in the next year as commissioners is to protect the cultural resources out here. We want to make it safer for folks to come visit, and that is a high priority. Is also about 1.5 miles of new California coastal trail, which is really significant, not only because it's 1.5 miles in this absolutely beautiful area. It will hopefully keep people on the trail and keep them from wandering as much, but also in Del Norte County, it takes us one step closer to finishing the entire county. Del Norte County is one of the, it's ahead of the curve for the state. It's one of the places where we're actually pretty close. We have 2 or 3 more gaps in the coastal trail, and then it'll be done for the entire county, which conservatives do. And then other improvements that are proposed are for the is a section of accessible trail, which Parks will tell us more about, and some trailhead improvements out there. And if I could now turn it over to Sean from CDFW.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. The complexity and the importance of this project is already... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Sean Freeze, California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the Senior Environmental Scientist Supervisor, and I oversee the Lands and Wildlife Program for the North Coast. Really complex collaborative project with the Tallahwas, the Elk Valley Rancheria, County Conservancy, and State Parks. Where the Department of Fish and Wildlife fits in is we actually own that large parking lot that we parked in. So part of this project is to enhance those facilities and make this really more of a destination and more of a place that accommodate all users. So the proposed project has ADA compliant parking, bathrooms, and really a safer parking feature where folks can't just come in and go high speed, and it also has some time management so we can protect these resources with some gates. And really meaningful, interpretive, bilingual signage that we're working with our tribal partners on. So that's where the Department of Fish and Wildlife will play this role, and we're really happy to be here in support of accessing this beautiful trail system that's on the route in upcoming. So thank you all for being here.
And next up is Roz from
I'm Rosalind Litsky. I'm the district planner for the North Coast Redwoods District, and this project really embodies the mission statement of California State Parks. It's protecting and preserving natural and cultural resources and providing a very high value recreational experience. And some of the ways that we're going to be doing that is State Parks is going to be both the trail designer and trail builder, and we're going to be relying upon our established trail handbook and policies in order to guide that development. And so we're going to be doing things like right here, we're going to be starting with the ADA trail that's going to be coming from the parking lot and winding its way around. And so while protecting and preserving and capping some of the cultural resources so we can protect them into the future, it's going to wind itself around. We're going to be putting in like the gravel path, but we're also going to be trying to stabilize that with some retaining walls that are going to have hand-placed rocks that are going to be chiseled in place. So wish us luck in our safety adventures. It's going to be turning, and we're going to be also putting in a handful of bridges so we can avoid some of the streams and gullies that go through this area, as well as putting in a boardwalk in some of the areas that are most wet. And then it's the ADA trail is about a half mile, and then it's going to transit, which is on state parklands, which I think we're currently standing on, and then it's going to transition into the county lands. Which is going to go south. And so you may recall as you were coming up along the road, there's a parking lot, and so it's going to extend just a little bit south of there. And so I want to review my notes and make sure I don't miss anything. I also want to say that because of the natural and cultural resources here, we're building up, meaning like we're going to be importing material because we don't want to disturb the ground surface, and that's an important feature of the work that we want to make sure we're contemplating and then sourcing that material from. I think it's also important to recognize that in addition to the high amount of cultural resources, there's a lot of natural resources here. We have habitat for one federally listed butterfly, which currently we haven't been able to detect at this location. I think it's too windy, can you tell? Not too bad today. But then we also have 2 federally listed plant species as well as 10 California rare plant species. So I think in a nutshell, we really want to build a trail that people are going to remember their experience and being here and enjoying such a special and unique place in the world. Melody, did I miss anything you want to mention? You did perfect. Okay, I think that's it for you.
Yeah, so we wanted to keep it short so that you have a moment to look around, enjoy the beautiful scenery. You probably have about 15 minutes or so if you want to take a quick walk, or if you have...
Yeah, it's up to you all. If you want to walk along, would it be worth walking along a little portion of the trail segment? Would that be something? Or it's up to you. The commissioners just take a picture here.
Yeah,
I also, just one more brief thing, I apologize. I also wanted to acknowledge that the Mavericks family is here. The house just right over there is there. Thank you for coming out. And it's, so we have all the landowners of the area. Thank you.
So, commissioners, just really quick for the year in
So then is your son from school is a graduate?
Life and animal toxicity. And then we have Sarah.
So just to make the broad, I've said this to a couple folks already, but just to make the broader point to the group about the connectivity of this project that's coming to us soon, hopefully. When we drove down Pebble Beach Drive and you were all looking at the beautiful ocean, you probably noticed the people on bikes and walking their dogs on that little bike trail on the seaward side of Pebble Beach Drive, which is great. But then when you turned left, you got to the end of Pebble Beach and turned left, it just ends. You know, you can go to the airport or you can come down to Point St. George, but there's no pedestrian access at all. There's no bike, there's no shoulder, there's no nothing. That's where this project is going to start. So that is the, I guess, the eastern terminus of the project that we're discussing today. So you'll be able to get on the trail and walk along the incredible bluff that we've just seen. But also, on the other side of this gate, this is a trailhead that goes down to the beach that you were just looking at. So you'll be able to go down to the beach, and once you're on the beach, which is a broad sandy beach most of the time, you can walk all the way to Pacific Shores, which is where we're going next. You can walk past Pacific Shores to the mouth of the Smith River, and you can go up a stairway, down a block, down another stairway, and keep walking all the way to the Oregon border. Wow. So this connector is a really, really significant connector in terms of the statewide people who want to start walking up at the Oregon border, who will be camping at Camp Park, which is California's northernmost coastal public campsite. So there's the trailhead, folks, the northern trailhead for the California Coastal Trail, and you can walk all the way south from there. So it's just a joyous thing to celebrate.
Woohoo! Thank you, Sarah. And so that drive to the next stop, Pacific Shores, is it takes a little while, like 20 minutes or so, and I want to make sure we all gather together before we drive in, just so no one gets lost. So we'll kind of rendezvous at that entrance point, which is a little bit, you know, it's an intersection, Kellogg and Tell, and so cars will kind of have to pull in a little bit and pull over and be in the median and stuff, and we'll just gather just for a few minutes there. And then, you know, there's no bathroom here and there's no bathroom there. So if there was a need to use the bathroom before we go up there, I think the nearest public bathroom is at the airport, which you can get to. There's, you know, in the terminal there, if anyone needs to, and we're going to be driving right by the airport. So if anyone's car needs to stop, I would suggest the airport bathroom stop. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah in just a minute to give you some of that context, but just as well, why don't you do the context and then I'll talk about what we have permitted in terms of like yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to give a little history of this place. And you heard a little bit about it yesterday from Sandra Jerbeck in public comment, which was great, and you saw that overview map. But go ahead, Sarah, and give us a little background.
Yeah, so the challenge here is to be brief, because there's an amazing history, and it's like, where do you ever start? What point do you start in telling a history of a place? But with respect to the subdivision, this is the entrance to the Pacific Shores subdivision, which was one of the last big coastal subdivisions that happened before Prop 20 in 1972. And so, as you were driving in on Kellogg, a lot of the land to the north of you, on that side of the road, is now Talawadoon State Park. And a lot of the land to the south of you, to the left, is CDFW's Lake Earl Wildlife
And you have
area.
a map in your packet, by the way, too, that shows that.
But back in the 60s, when this was subdivided, none of that was here. This was just all privately owned ranch land. And so the Pacific Shores subdivision, which is now an inholding, a subdivision that is an inholding in all of these state lands to either side of it, publicly owned lands. This was a 1,000-acre ranch that was subdivided into 353 parcels of mostly a half acre in size. It's what we now call an antiquated paper subdivision, meaning somebody somewhere just looked at a map and just drew a bunch of lines on it without any recognition of the topography or, you know, the geology or anything, mapped out the roads and started selling them off for $1,000, $2,000 a parcel. It was marketed as, you know, you can buy an affordable piece of the California dream, and unsuspecting buyers from all over the country, you know, bought these parcels thinking that they were going to come out here and build their dream home. But it's all wetlands.
And dunes.
It's all wetlands and dunes and sensitive habitats, obviously, and there are a lot of challenges to building out here because the ground table is really high, and the soils are really, sandy. So so it was subdivided and the parcels were sold, but nothing was developed out here. Nobody had built anything other than, this is the only paved road. There were 27 miles of roads graded throughout this area. This is the only one that is paved. It's called Tell Boulevard, and we're going to be taking it all the way to the end in a minute. But when Prop 20 passed, nothing had been built out here. But now, all of a sudden, you needed a coastal development permit to build anything out here. So that made it even more difficult to build out here. And so this became an area when they started scouting for important coastal habitat areas to purchase, state parks and CDFW, this whole area was a high priority. It's a biodiversity hotspot. It's one of the 19 most important coastal wetlands left in California. There's, dozens of endangered species, federal and state endangered species. And so that's when the state was able to protect Olive Dune State Park and the Lake Earl National Wildlife Area. Lake Tolowa and Lake Earl are the two largest estuarine lakes on the entire west coast outside of Alaska. So there's a lot going on here from a biodiversity standpoint, which CDFW will tell you more about later. But what do we do with all these parcels, right? So CDFW started buying them up when they came on the market, but that's pretty labor intensive, right? To buy 1,000 acres, a half acre at a time. And so that kind of stalled out for a while. People were trying to build. We wouldn't let them. Some of them did anyway. Lisa's going to talk about some of that.
And we're in an area of deferred certification under the Del Norte County's LCP. So we have permit jurisdiction in this area, the Coastal Commission.
But the Coastal Conservancy and Wildlife Conservation Boards have been very generous in providing funding now, and the Smith River Alliance has really picked up the mantle for the last, 25, 30 years. And Smith River Alliance, Patty McCleary and Grant Werschel have been just very quietly, consistently working with the county, working with willing landowners to purchase these lands and put them into public ownership, sort of parcel by parcel. So when we drive out to the end of Tell Boulevard, so you could actually see the lakes, just think of this entire landscape subdivided into half-acre parcels with,
And you'll see different roads. There's roads everywhere. Like here's one right here. This is called Prigmore Street. And they all have names, and one, the only thing that's ever been legally authorized out here is this host station, or the Watchman station right at the corner. And Del Norte County got a CDP from the commission several years ago to develop this residence by a caretaker, essentially. And their permit also will provide for some signage, which haven't been installed yet, that kind of tell you, like, hello, welcome to this area. This is public land, mostly coming through, and it has some rules about no dumping, this and that. But since they've had someone living at this location, that was partly driven by the sort of like some of the challenges with residential development that isn't authorized that's going on here. So I just wanted to turn it over to Lisa if you want to say anything about that aspect of this.
Yeah, I'll just say a few words. We have a very, very long history here. with enforcement and with the Coastal Commission. One of it's a little hard to tell this because it's much calmer now, but there have been a history of illegal developments out here, and as she just told you, that is the only permitted development out here. But over time, there were and the lots were sold literally door to door in Los Angeles and Hawaii and other places where people just would see, oh, this is your chance to own a piece of the coast, and they didn't know what they were buying, and it was really one of those unfortunate schemes whereby people ended up owning property that was completely undevelopable, and it wasn't really because of the Coastal Act, it was because it's very wet, it's all wet and dunes, and there's one road that, as we come back, I think,
we could talk more about that at the other end. Yeah.
But where you can see exactly how wet it is, and so a number of people moved out here and started living at Pacific Shores. Some of them on lots that they owned, and some of them on lots that other people owned. They were just squatters in effect. And there was a whole variety of violations. There was veg clearance. There was fill of wetland. As you can imagine, if you're trying to squat on property and it's wet, you fill it so that you can camp or live on it. Lots and lots of trailers and abandoned trash, and it was a real serious blight problem for the county and everybody else who was trying to work through it. And there was a large variety of kinds of unpermitted development. So we started issuing notices of violation. And it's a challenge because some of the people are living here, some people aren't. We had to hire process servers to deliver letters. It was not the perfect situation. The commission did issue 6 cease and desist orders to property owners, and we had 1 consent cease and desist order. And some of those were complied with, the consent one was, and some of them were not. We were sued in 2 of the cases, and we defended ourselves and prevailed in those. But it's always been a challenge to actually enforce the orders on the ground here, given how remote it is, how large the facility is, and the kind of unpermitted development that was taking place. So but we have since then, we sent a bunch of letters to people. When people ask us or call us and say, look, I've just bought this property, or I'm thinking about buying this property, what's the story? And so we've been able to really forestall a lot of other people getting inadvertently sucked into owning property that they can't develop, which is unfortunate from all perspectives. One thing that I wanted to say is that as we drive down this road, we don't want to stop there, but if you look to the right, there are a couple of cases with a development. The first one has a whole bunch of different trailers and development. The second one is a little bit further in. They're immediately off this road. So I think it's 455 if you're looking for the address or you want to drop a pin. And I just wanted to say that it's been a challenge, but we've really worked out a great relationship between Smith River Alliance, who's been helping acquire these properties, and the county, who's trying to address all these violations out here. And we're working collaboratively, and we're really excited about narrowing down the focus and moving forward. There are in excess of somewhere between 10 and 15 sites that are actively violations out here at the Pacific Shores. And it gets more and more remote on this side, so we're just going to go down the middle of it. We're not going to try to take you through the center.
And on this side, there's kind of water on this side, so we'll drive down that side. And I also wanted to recognize our partners at CDFW who are here today, and think about a checkerboard through this area. It's very much a checkerboard ownership with the half-acre lots. I think about 80% of them are in CDFW's ownership as part of the Lake Earl Wildlife Area. And Sean Fries is here, and our wardens, Aaron Berger, and thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. And we're going to hear more from CDFW down at the lake, where they talk about their management challenges for the Lake Earl Wildlife Area, the checkerboard, but then also you'll see the awesome lagoons and lakes down there. So that'll be our next stop. Sure.
So you just said something about 80% of the lots, but I'm not sure that's what. So of the lots that were split up, the 1,000 lots, who, as they're acquired, Patty, by you guys or whoever, who do they go to? CDFW?
CDFW.
Okay, so CDFW now owns what percentage of the original lots?
80%.
Oh, incredible. And how much since you started working on it, would you say?
There's a few owned by
What
state
percentage
parks.
have you?
I think the Department of Fish and Wildlife acquired 67 parcels in 1977, and then they were confronted with the complexity of working with 1,500 landowners to acquire the rest.
So then you came in.
And so then Smith River Alliance has been working to purchase lots since 2002, thanks to public bond funds. And so we have been active was at 20 years or so, and continue to be active today. Should I say more? Or do
And she's buying from willing sellers, so
Right,
she's just
right, I
alert,
get that.
and every time there's a lot that's up for sale, Patty jumps on it.
Yeah,
so
but
it's-
80% have been acquired, and I mean,
But
that's
it's
the
still
big
quite a challenge, like for the CDFW to manage the land and that kind of ownership, and so we'll hear more about that. But it is, there's been a lot of progress, and we'll talk more about that as well as the roads, what to do with all these roads down at the other end. Sure.
So just given the fact that you can't develop on these parcels, what kind of disclosures are there for the people who are trying to sell the properties? Because if a property is coming up for sale, it's like, well, you really can't build on this. So, I mean, are there any other interested parties, or how is that addressed? Or if you have any idea?
I'll just say real quickly, then through to you. We commonly get questions from members of the, or not always, but we often get questions from people who are interested in purchasing lots and want to know what they can do on their lot. And that's routine for all of our areas. So when it comes up, we do inform them of some of the challenges. But I'll turn it over to you, Patty.
Yeah, I think it's proven to be a partnership with our county partners. People, sometimes their information source is the planning department, sometimes it's the tax collector. And what's happening now, and including myself, we all transmit, oh, could it be a letter written by Bob Merrill? I know Bob Merrill is here somewhere. Or we've updated that letter. And so what we try to do at every opportunity is give people information straight. It is true when the landauction.com people are in business and they're active resellers, that's where it gets difficult. They don't properly disclose. And one of the highlights of my work was, well, I got a letter from one of those fellas saying, hey, sell me your property, because we hold things for a short period of time and then we sell them on. And so I drank a couple of cups of coffee. I called the landauction.com guy. I said, hey, I got your letter, because that's what people say to me. Hey, I got your letter. And he tells me the spiel, and I said, you know, I have a better idea than me selling to you. You should sell me everything you have. And my friends, we got them all. Thank you very much. The opportunity is down every rabbit hole and listening to people's stories and closing the deal.
So let's go down where we can see the lake, because it's so beautiful down there.
One more plug for connectivity. Just before you turned left here, there was a little trailhead on your right, on that side of the road, which is Tallawahdoon State Park. So this is public access. This is public available.
And the end of Kellogg, there's access too, and that's where one of the commenters, I think yesterday, was talking about some of the off-road vehicles on the beach. I wanted to turn it over now to Sean Freeze again from CDFW, because we're standing are we in the lake or what? We're in the lake or wildlife area. I know it's like a checkerboard and there's state parks, so turn it over to you to kind of point out what we're looking at and talk about CDFW's role in managing these plants and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'm Sean Freeze with California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Lands and Wildlife Program Supervisor. And you guys are standing on the edge of Lake Earl, which is one of the largest freshwater lagoons on the west coast. If you look further down there, kind of where you see that sandy area, that actually feeds into Lake Tallawah, which is immediately adjacent to the wave slope. This is a super complex wildlife area. We manage it for a multitude of public use. There's extensive waterfowl hunting on here during waterfowl season. It's also used for hikers, bird watchers, beach goers come out here. It's a really extensively used area. There's access from here. There's also access from the southeast side. We get a lot of visitation. The biodiversity here is immense. Everything from Roosevelt elk down to the Oregon spotted butterfly. So the department is responsible for managing all those resources. We have extensive restoration occurring right on the mouth of Lake Tallawah with Tallawahdoon stewards. We have a large beach grass removal project, which is to benefit snowy plover. It also is having a multitude of effects in increasing biodiversity on this lake. Some of the challenges we have are what we spoke about earlier. So this is really the key of increasing the water levels that kind of shut down Pacific shores in the past. So a result of that is actually the department does mechanically breach this lagoon, usually each year depending on the lake levels and depending on the winter. So that's one of the complexities we work with is the permitting and compliance
Can
needed
you
to do that.
explain why you, at what point you breach it, like the purpose of breaching it when you do?
Yeah, so we typically time it for weather. We look at the lake levels. The exact time we breach, Frank was about 9 feet. So Frank Campus, our wildlife habitat supervisor, he actually manages this wildlife area. He can give you a little bit more idea of what's going on.
So the lagoon gets breached in the wintertime outside of plover breeding season when the lake gets above 8 feet. And at that point you get inundated of all these roads that we just came in on, and then additional county roads surrounding the lake, and that creates a safety issue. And at that time, we get a permit from the Coastal Commission, Army Corps, all the regulatory agencies involved to quickly breach the lagoon as soon and safe as possible, depending on the weather, tides, all those conditions, with the county as co-applicants for our
And you
permit.
used to breach it at a lower level, right?
For many years prior to 2005. Since 2005, it's been breached at 8 feet or above. Once it gets there outside the breeding season of the plover in the wintertime, usually at the height of rainy season.
Yeah, so do you want to talk about the management plan update?
Yeah, so
Okay.
we are on our second administrative draft of an updated land management plan for Lake Earl Wildlife Area. It's currently at our headquarters down in Sacramento for their final review and comments. We hope to have that plan out for partner review next year. That's a lofty goal, but that's my goal, is sometime late 2025. So land management plans are very broad-based documents that allow the department flexibility in managing wildlife areas. So things that it's including is biological resources, facility management resources, all of our roads, all of our fencing, all of our signage, as well as public access.
And the checkerboard parts of Pacific Shores? Can you talk about
So
that?
Pacific Shores acquisitions is included in the land management plan update. The goal is to have consolidated ownership. Right now we're at 80%, so we're pretty darn close. Once we have consolidated ownership, we will incorporate the Pacific Shores into the Lake Earl Wildlife Area. So at that point, we would engage all of our partners, local county, our tribal partners, and the community and public outreach to really have a meaningful use and public access for the area we just drove through. So a lot of complexities, non-native species control. What do we want to do with all these roads? Do we want to abandon these roads and make them more feasible, less impacts on the lake? How to access the lake better, more safer for our stakeholders? So those are all things that we're going to be looking at in that Lake Earl Wildlife Area Management Plan, particularly when we include the Pacific Shores into the wildlife area. So this has never really been done before. This type of complexity is not a normal thing for the department to handle. Thank God we have help. We're really close, and you know, the ultimate outcome is to have this gem of a public access wildlife area that all of our community can use. And we can not only use this beautiful lagoon, we can also utilize the beachfront, the waves, the dunes, everything here to enjoy this wildlife area.
Woohoo! And yeah, and this is a map that kind of shows that checkerboard ownership with the green and public ownership and the white and private ownership. And you'll also see some pink. Some of the pink along the roads is related to actually when the Crescent City Airport needed significant improvements for safety purposes. There was extension of the runways that filled about 17 acres of wetlands and 6 acres of dunes. And as part of the mitigation program for that, the county and the airport authority decided, in the commission and its permitting of this, decided to use lot acquisition from willing sellers as part of the mitigation package. So there were about 200 lots that were acquired from willing sellers that the commission accepted as mitigation for the impacts at the Crescent City Airport. And as part of that, some of the roads, because there's 26 miles of roads, most of them to nowhere, you know, to these lots. And so the road segments that were adjacent to all publicly owned lots, these are county roads. The county decided to vacate those roads and kind of donate them to the mitigation purpose. And so the roads were dug up, removed, and those areas were restored to wetlands. And as we're driving out, if we want, we can take a little detour and see some of that, but I think we're also running behind, so I don't know if there's going to be time for that. So,
I have a question.
yeah.
So we've heard a lot about off-road vehicle use out here, and I'm curious, as you get closer to the acquisition, or even now, how do you address that? Is it legal, illegal, and how do you guys deal
That's
with
a great
that?
question. So it is a challenge. We don't have full ownership, so it's really tough to do enforcement. We do have existing regulations that protect state property and use of OHVs, and we intend to extensively sign our area so we can be more on point with violation and enforcement. It is a challenge. There's 1,000 different ways for somebody in OHV or dirt bike to get anywhere on this wildlife area. So I think one of those challenges will be once we have consolidated ownership, we can actually handle that a little bit better.
So you guys are going to bump up the enforcement. Does it include the beach, your ownership?
It does.
Okay, so because that's a big issue now, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That'd be great. And what do you think the time frame is for that, Patty?
Oh, getting it done?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think we've all heard of grand, fancy conservation real estate transactions, which are from a single owner and they're closed in a year. And what this has always been about is talking to 1,500 landowners. In the beginning, we closed 30 parcels every 2 weeks for a period of time. Then we went to 30 a month. And now we've slowed down a little bit. The print is very small. It's gotten smaller for me. And I think with 300 individual private parcel owners remaining, we're going to work real hard over the next couple years. And what I do, because it's all about the details, is I do keep a list of people who've said no, no way, no how. And of the hundreds of people I've been mailing to and calling all this time, this round I just have 4 people who are on that list. No, I hate you, I won't sell. So I think we will know who the holdouts are going to be in a couple of years, and we're very good at our record keeping, so that's the plan.
Is there any eminent domain power at all out here? I'm just curious for the last remaining, if there's 3 or 4, does any entity have that?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question for the department.
You know, use of public funds, you can't, right? So we're using bond funds and you can't do eminent domain. They're all willing sellers, and we speed through those letters when we read about it. And so I'm not sure what that end game is, but our goal is to just get as many as we can. It's interesting that the profile of those who are holdouts has changed over time. And there are people, this is the new threat, is there are people who are like, well, why not? I would have a parcel close to the beach, and
they've preserved everything.
Yeah.
Conservation also has a really long life, so we can maybe outlive some of those folks.
Yeah.
And one day, get to that point.
I might partially answer a question that Carol has asked Grant Worskell, Smith River Alliance. It is true. An attorney by the name of Mike Ramey was retained at an earlier time by the Pacific Shores Water Division to figure out what might be done here. And it was talked about an end game of something where it's too slow, there's not that many left, what could be done? So I think it's a right-on question that could be brought up and talked about at a later time.
Yeah.
So it's,
I mean, the county has the power, actually. I mean,
if there's a will, it was clearly understood that you might need to take that type of action.
Yeah.
Through the chair. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Epps?
Both of you are not, no.
So one of the first kind of walks I did here was on the area where it gets breached, and it was the first and only time I've ever seen a snowy plover in a nest. It was incredible. And then of course there was a big tire track next to it. I know that since you guys are restoring that part, putting so much effort into it, it's so hard. Is there any way that you guys can put up some access blockage to cars to that part at least?
We're working on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're working on it. I mean, it's a challenge. Dirt bikes and quads can almost literally get over anything. But we do have protections in place for plover. We are going to increase our signage and hopefully have our enforcement be able to get out there and control that.
And did you have a question?
So, Commissioner
Mike Wilson. So is there anything that the commission or that you want or feel like the commission could do actively to help move this project forward in terms of consolidating this ownership or at least cleaning up these sites? And I'll also ask like that, and as a county supervisor, I know that code enforcement is always a tool. It's not just a tool; it's really around public safety and public well-being. And I'm just kind of wondering. I'm kind of asking for, in terms of the commission, and then externally, just sort of curiosity from the county governance perspective.
And the Donor County folks too are here.
Okay, well.
Yeah,
I think, Mike, I think that there are initiatives afoot. We know that the county has well-qualified staff who regularly work on clearing nuisance properties, and I look into my crystal ball and I look at the future and I just see that fabulous partner to Smith River Alliance, the Coastal Commission, and all of the parties, having them look at what their tools are and taking action. So we'll leave it there. And
yeah, I'm sure they understand the cost to their coffers to have to deal with these things over and over and over again, and the anxiety that it brings their constituency. Yep. But I'm also going back to is there the commission, on the commission end? I mean, it seems like we would want to have a positive, even more positive influence on this. And is there something that you feel like we could be working on?
Well, and I would just say that we're actively working with Patty and State Parks and the county, most importantly, to try to find the best people with the best tools, and we're coordinating because with different fact patterns, there may be different people that have better tools, but we're definitely actively working on it.
I think the other thing too, just pointing out the airport project again, where we were sort of flexible on how we did mitigation, and so to find other ways, other sources of money to add into it, and we're always looking for mitigation projects for various
I also just want to recognize we have county staff and government here in the back. There's Heidi, our county planning director for Del Norte County, Heidi Kunstl, and Supervisor Joey Borges, yeah, and for this area. And so thank you. And I echo what Lisa said. We do have such a great working relationship with the county, and we're really grateful for that and for the coordination. So if you wanted to, feel free to chime in with anything more. Okay.
I'd just like to say I completely agree. We've made a lot of really good progress, and I see it as moving forward, positively as a group or collaborative of different agencies.
All right, well, I wish we could stay longer, but we're a little bit behind schedule, so unfortunately we have to leave this beautiful spot and go to the lunch spot, which is at Beachfront Park back in Crescent City. Okay, excellent. So.
and then there's some creditable mitigation. Let's say George. Honestly,
well, I mean, what you do.
Maybe we have to do or not. Hard. We've had the Stommies the last few years. The Stommies here have been double, triple what they have been elsewhere. In 1964. 1964. You want to take off the?
Sure.
the
tsunamis have landed in Crescent City more than any other place in the United States. Our native partners will communicate to us the fact that we have history dating all the way back to 1700. That was the last true major tsunami that would be associated with what we would call a subduction zone event today. 1964 major earthquake in Alaska sent a tsunami down the Pacific coast, landed here. Most of downtown was destroyed. And Crescent City garnered a nickname of Comeback Town, USA. With that, much of the character of being a small coastal town was rebuilt very quickly, not with the two-story buildings where mom and pop lived upstairs and ran a business downstairs. Along with that, much of the debris from downtown was used as part of the revetment. Right out here, you can still see sidewalks that have been here since 1964. 2011, obviously another major earthquake. Fortunately for us, it was low tide when the tsunami made landfall here. Had it been high tide, it would have been a similar to 1964 event, which would have meant that the water would have crossed Beachfront Park into downtown. But with that, we saw the inner boat basin destroyed. The harbor was rebuilt at a cost of over $42 million and is the only true tsunami-resistant harbor, 50-year harbor in the state now. We've seen the cost associated with building back quickly and doing it in a sense of necessity. Out of that, we have seen some opportunities, and some of you probably have seen or heard of the interconnectivity that we have with a city in Japan. Rikuzantaka to Japan, small fishing boat that belonged to the high school, made its way a 2-year journey from Japan, landed here on South Beach, and that became a NBC documentary called Kamome. We have had multiple exchanges. Matter of fact, we just had a delegation here in April. We have a new Kamome festival. And it provides a couple of opportunities. Number one, it provides a unique opportunity to build relationships internationally. It provides an opportunity for us to share the amazing place that we live in. One other thing, and then Grant has got something, is that it has also given us the opportunity to regularly engage with school children to teach them about disaster preparedness. So every year, groups of grade school children using this vehicle of this amazing, miraculous event are taught the importance of being prepared for something that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when it comes to tsunamis in Crescent City. 2006, 2011, and we are overdue for that major event. It's a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. Grant?
Grant Worskill, Smith River Alliance, spoke to you back at Lake Earl, Lake Tolowa. What Blake Inscore is talking about, if you want to read an excellent article in the New Yorker, the title, The Really Big One.
Yeah.
No, this is serious. They interview the geologists that have been studying this for their entire career. The Cascadia subduction zone, the last really big one was that date that Blake mentioned, 1700. So we're not talking a little damage to Front Street. And this goes up also along the Oregon coast, and it's talked about in that article. The really big one, New Yorker. Read it.
Yeah. How far down does it go, or south?
It's in Humboldt. It goes down to Cape Mendocino.
Yeah.
So we have the risks in Humboldt County as well.
So it's well worth reading, and really very reputable people cited.
Yeah,
in
like
that.
he said, the last one was 1700. They know the exact time and that the earthquake occurred, and there's another book called The Orphan Tsunami, which in Japan they got hit by the tsunami in 1700, and it was from the mega quake that happened here, and they didn't know, it was unexpected because they hadn't felt the shaking on their end. And anyway, a similar thing happened when we had the horrible tsunami in Japan in 2011, and it came here too, and that's what he was talking about, the boat.
I was wondering if any of you saw that one. I was on the beach down in 2011, and they were evacuating all the beaches down in Southern California. But then it ended up that Santa Barbara and Crescent City were the main impact areas.
Yeah.
But so have you ever seen the tidal wave coming in?
Yeah, one of the
look
challenges is getting people to not go see it.
Yeah, because that's really.
I mean, it is a challenge. Matter of fact, the only loss of life in 2011 was a young man who decided that he wanted to see it. He went out to the mouth of the Klamath and was washed out to sea.
Oh, wow.
To give you an idea of the power of the ocean that we all love to see and why we try to educate our children is that young man's body was found in the Columbia River.
Wow. Oh my God.
So the ocean is something that we want to share. We want to have people experience in a safe manner. But we have a responsibility, and we take it very seriously, to educate our school children about the power of the ocean and the responsibility to be a steward of that. And part of that stewardship is education about safety. We are surrounded by water here.
And I just wanted to mention real quick too, this park, Beachfront Park, is former tidelands.
Yep.
That is, it's in the Coastal Commission's permitting jurisdiction because it's filled with tsunami debris.
Yes.
And you can kind of see the edge of the tsunami debris here. So when they cleaned up from the 64 tsunami,
yep.
You guys know better than I, but it got kind of all just like piled.
They had piles and piles in the park. The park had existed already. It was part of the state land grant. It had already existed, but then as they were cleaning up downtown, they just brought it in. Some of the debris they burned. Others they brought it and they fortified this bank to try to keep it safe. Yeah. Which in 1964 made perfect sense, and nobody would have argued that that's a good idea to use that. Those of us who see our community a little differently and would like it to be not only a safe place but a beautiful place, look at it today and go, there might be a more functional as well as beautiful way to accomplish the same purpose along this bank.
They've talked about, the city conceptually has talked about replacing this tsunami revetment with some sort of like living shoreline type of feature. So that might be something in the future that comes along.
And we're in the midst, in the park, right up on the other side of this, of an $8 million revamping of the entire park. One that you're going to see is the first thing that will actually be built in the new master plan is a bike pump track, which I had no idea what that was until I saw one up in Portland, and it's a fascinating thing. It will be one of the largest in the western half of the United States, and will have a feature on it that no one else in the country has, a double ride wall made out of wood where it just feels like an absolute liability thing to me, but they know how to do this, where you ride up and ride down the wall, and I've watched the videos. It's like, well, that just looks amazing.
And this was something that came on as a waiver on one of the deputies.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No half pipe, but anyway, it's very interesting, and we're really proud of the opportunity to create an environment here that provides opportunities for everyone. And that's the neat thing about the pump track, is you can have a little one on their first ride of their bike, and they can make their way around that, and people who have been mountain bikers and are professionals at it can have a place to do that. And that's a neat opportunity. And apparently bicyclists are very kind and compassionate and get along really well, so maybe they will be an encouragement to the rest of our community.
Or tricycles. I have a
Tricycles. Apparently anything with wheels works on a pump track. So.
Okay. Yeah, so be coming before you next spring, we hope, will be the CDP for the rest of the park that Blake is talking about. Yeah. So a lot of it is, I mean, really in terms of disturbance, is minimal or an improvement. We're talking about the playground area increasing in size, putting in some 8-foot tall gradual sloping, so we'll have an amphitheater. It'll provide access visual to the amphitheater, but as well as to the ocean. We're going to tie the trail system into a culture component, which is phenomenal. We could spend all hour talking about the Tallow Interpretive Trail. tying that in with Front Street Park or the cultural center, the pool. So it'll be a better walking trail, better setup, expansion. And then the other twist, really in terms of the CDP portion, we're not going beyond the existing limits. We are adding, is what part of what the waiver we just passed, agreed to, was containing, is we're going to be putting in sea berms. So we're not going to have 40 acres of flat. We're going to break it up with putting back natural grasses, creating some habitat, creating some variation. They'll still have the soccer fields, but they'll be surrounded by sea berms. We'll still have, the approaches, but there'll be sea berms. We're doing native plantings as part of the CDP. There's a large section basically between the cultural center and the pool. That area there will be native plantings, all the way from food to basketweed type materials. We're working with Redesignation and the Rancheria in terms of coordinating that. We're very active and participatory cultural link between the designers and the local tribes. So it's all amazing stuff, and we are in process, and we're also through another grant. Thank God for grants, right? We're tying in some road work at Front Street to stuff that will also be part of the CDP at the S curve. And so once again, we're not eliminating or infringing upon the creeks or streams. We're just putting back something that is truer to what this should be. Not 40, 50 acres of grass, but berms and native,
Just one last thing. One of the things that I think conceptually that we dream of is that when people come here, they experience something that, at least from their vantage point, looks to them as if it has always been here. That idea with beach grasses and berms, similar to what you guys saw in your tour today, that if you came in here, it's like, oh wow, isn't that cool? They found a way to put a soccer field for the little kids in the midst of this natural habitat. And so that's the whole goal, is that it will appear as if this has been here for hundreds of years, and we found a way to integrate what we do with what the land is, and that's a different approach to development.
So there's a whole master plan for Beachfront Park, and you all see pieces of it coming along, and there's already been a few with the pump track, and there was something on yesterday's agenda.
Yeah, for additional pump track, and also to extend more trail access, connecting through to the coastal trail, which you're seeing right here. So it's going to create a 1 mile loop of coastal access through this area.
Thank you so much for coming and educating us about this place. It's very nice. Really appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
And Greg just said it quietly, but since we're on camera now, thank you all very much.
Yeah.
We're immensely from us.
Yeah, very much.
Yahoo for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Thursday, May 9th meeting of the California Coastal Commission. This morning we had absolutely incredible commission field trip to view some sites here in Crescent City and north, all of which is detailed. The stops are detailed in our agenda. And I just want to thank every single person that was involved in putting together this unbelievably valuable, educational, and absolutely beautiful morning. And I know we all share incredible gratitude, and what a day to have the trip. I want to specifically thank the AGP team. For you guys are out there, that was challenging and you made it happen, and thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right. On that note, I don't know what is causing. Vice Chair? No. All right. So why don't we start with roll call, please? Thank you, Vanessa.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Here.
Commissioner Bochco. Commissioner Calfee. Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Escalante.
Here.
Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Natoff.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Commissioner Wilson.
Present.
Chair Hart.
Present. Thank you
You have
very
a
much.
quorum.
Thank you, Vanessa. Sorry to interrupt you. All right, we have virtual meeting procedures, please.
All right.
Thanks, Chris.
Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the commission today can do so in person through the Zoom platform or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the commission staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. A request to speak during the general public comment period will not be accepted after 8:30 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes virtual hearing procedures.
Thanks so much, Chris. All right, Mr. Carl, will you be presenting agenda changes?
Yes, I will.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Good afternoon. So item 4 is the agenda changes. We'll start with, well, I'll just note that the agenda changes are as indicated on the posted sheet, but I'll run through them here. Item number 11A, this is the dispute resolution case for the proposed Hodge amendment in San Mateo County. That item's been postponed. Item 13A, this is the City of Capitola LCP amendment for the proposed Monarch Cove Inn redesignation in Capitola. That item's been moved to consent. Item 13B, that is the City of Grover Beach LCP amendment for updated short-term rental rules. That one's been moved to consent as well. And I would also note that there's no enforcement report today. So we'll be skipping over agenda item number 8 when we get there later on. And that's it on the agenda changes.
Thanks so much, Mr. Carl. All right, we'll move into general public comment. How people are here in the room and on Zoom for public comment?
We have 10 in the room and looks like 8 on Zoom.
All right, terrific. Let's go ahead and call the folks that are here in the room.
Okay, we're gonna, first I'll read some, we've got some procedures for general public comment proceedings. I'm just gonna open that up really quick before we start. So, for members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, You can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. Excuse me, I lost my place. Oh, here it is. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. Please remember to state your name for the record. First up, we have Deborah Jacques, followed by Sandra Jarabek, and then Dennis Wood. These are all people in the room with us. If you hear your name, you can please line up behind the podium. If you heard your name, you can approach and begin. Just please state your name for the record. Yeah.
I don't know how you all ate your lunch so fast. My name is Sandra Jarabek, and I live here for at least 40 years, threatened western snowy plovers. I don't have my slide yet. There it is. There's our babies. For at least 40 years, threatened western snowy plovers had no successful nests in this county. On the beach at Lake Tolowa in the late 1980s, a nest was reported run over by a vehicle, and then there was nothing for decades. In recent years, Tolowa Dune Stewards has been removing European beach grass at Lake Tolowa with support from Whale Tail and now bigger funders. The plovers are nesting where we have removed beach grass. Last year, these two were the first plovers to fledge in this county in more than 40 years. There they are. They just hatched. They made it. They fledged. We had 7 fledglings where we've done restoration. This spring, we have 6 nests so far. Now, this is in the problematic area, which according to Patty's map is quite green. So I have to amend what Sean Fries from CDFW said earlier to you to answer Commissioner Wilson's question. CDFW could immediately take precautions to protect the plover nesting habitat at the mouth of Lake Tolowa. They have a bunch of green lots there that Patty purchased. They need boulders. They need large, prominent, permanent signage. They need boulders around the signage so the trucks won't run it over. But there's public land there, and there's no reason not to do that. So, last week, inside the symbolic fencing in this area, we have symbolic fencing and signage to protect 2 nests. A motorcycle drove around inside of the fencing. They missed one of the nests by 10 feet. Tolowa Dune Stewards is trying to protect these birds with a whale-tail grant with volunteers, and it's dire, and something needs to happen before all the lots get purchased. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deborah Jacques, followed by Dennis Wood and Becky Wood.
Hi, thank you. My name is Deborah Jakes. I'm a professional wildlife biologist, and I've been working with Sandy and the Tolowa Dune Stewards on the restoration of coastal dune habitat at Lake Erie Wildlife Area since 2009, beginning with planning and permitting. And my current role is monitoring bird response to the restoration. So my ask to you today is duplicate of what Sandy said basically, but that to help us in any way you can with establishment of clear and consistent rules regarding beach driving. Also help facilitate implementation of regulatory and interpretive signage through permanent kiosks from that access point at Pacific Shores, if possible. And I believe in the value of permanent barriers there as well, which I understand would be a permitting issue. and process. So as many of you know that snowy plovers are precocial and they basically hit the beach running once they hatch. So they have another 28 to 32 days before they can fly. And so even though we've had great success with these symbolic closures, once they go under the rope, they're vulnerable. And we do have traffic coming from all directions and probably especially at night. But we have very unclear rules and it's been difficult to be on the ground and interfacing with the public when I'm not even clear at this point what the rules are, and people get different answers depending on who they ask. So it was very nerve-wracking last year once the chicks hatched, which seemed like a miracle in itself to know that once they're out under that rope, they're vulnerable. And one of their immediate responses to disturbance is to crouch down and hide in a tire track or something, which makes them even more vulnerable. But we had great help with CDFW law enforcement, a lot of public engagement, and I feel like this is kind of a resource that this community can get around rather than having it divide us by all this back and forth about what's legal and what's not. Is I think the snowy plover has the potential to really help us get on the same page. So thank you for anything you can do and for being here.
Thank you. Dennis Wood, Becky Wood, Denak Murphy.
We had planned to have me go first, if that's okay. I'm Becky Wood. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Whoa, I'm short. My name is Becky Wood. My husband is Dennis Wood. We moved to Delaware County in 1980, beautiful Delaware County, where we chose to start a family and raise our 6 children. We also operate All Creatures Animal Hospital and Bird Clinic, which takes care of most of the wildlife. And excuse me, could you speak just a little bit louder? Yes, thank you. We also operate All Creatures Animal Hospital and Bird Clinic, which takes care of most of the wildlife and waterfowl of the area. 20 years ago, we purchased a 153-acre property, 93 acres of which is conservation easement on Lake Earl, where we raise Katahdin sheep, and we also host thousands of visitors and people to enjoy the beauty of that property, including Nat Geo people who have come, National Geographic people to chose our property because of the natural beauty, to be able to photograph, do technical sounds of wildlife and birds, and we have a venue there. So we have the opportunity to view the lake at its magnificent splendor when it is at its fullest. And then we kind of wait in horror for when they're going to come and breach it manually at the 10-foot level, and which creates a gaping hole where the water floods out and becomes a mud hole for a long, long time. So we would really like to propose that a bridge be put at the low level to Pacific Shores with informational, educational placards talking about the Tallawahine Nation, talking about the Tallawah Dunes, talking about the lagoon. And then there's one other spot on Lower Lake Road where water does overpass the road at one particular time at the high level, and an increase in culvert size in the road would solve that problem, and then we could maintain that beautiful habitat that is rich and teeming with life at its natural level. So that's what we propose. A natural breaching is much more healthy. Thank you.
Will Dennis Wood be presenting?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
If
you so
he's
much.
Here, Dennis, please approach, and then that will be followed by Denak Murphy and Josefina Barantes.
Hi, I'm Dennis Wood. I'm a local veterinarian. In addition to my own hospital, I founded the North Coast Marine Mammal Center in the early 80s, and through a cooperative with California Conservation Corps, College of the Redwoods, and funding that I secured from offshore oil mitigation funds, we built the hospital complex in Beachfront Park that exists today. We currently have 20 plus patients, and so it's a great spare time job for me. I'm also part of the NOAA's large whale disentanglement team. I share Becky's concerns involving Lake Earl and the mechanical breaching of that lake. And it appears to be, the breaching appears to be driven primarily by water on the roadway and possibly by some leaseholders' flooded properties. And I know that currently breaching occurs at particular time because of the flooding and also for safety of the operators who open the breach site, but it seems to be at exactly the wrong time for the lagoon to breach and would not breach naturally in that situation. And so it gets a much larger opening that takes many, many months to close. And so consideration of first whether or not to artificially breach is important, I think. As Becky mentioned, maybe engineering of the roadways so that Lower Lake Road and Kellogg Road could be passable at 10 or 11-foot lake levels. And then also considering if we're going to continue to mechanically breach, of a different manner and timing of that breach so it's not so severe and results in low lake levels for so long. Thank you.
Danik Murphy, Josefina Barrantes, and Janelle Covalt.
Thank you. It's a beautiful day and a beautiful place here. My name is Danik Murphy. I'm here today representing the Mendocino City Community Services District, where I sit as an elected director. And I'm also representing the Mendocino Unified School District, the lead agency in a joint water project of our two public agencies. I have two simple objectives today: to make you aware of an appeal to a critical public water project that was recently awarded a coastal development permit by the Mendocino County Planning Commission, and to thank and acknowledge your staff for their timely and competent attention to addressing the appeal. I understand this appeal may come before you in the coming months. Our two public agencies have joined forces and combined two California state water grants totaling more than $11 million, which is a lot for us, to accomplish three important goals: to update the school district's aged and failing water system, serving students residing within 420 square miles along the Mendocino coast; two, to provide an emergency water supply during times of extreme drought when many wells go dry and neighboring water systems stop providing emergency trucked water to residents and businesses along the coast; and lastly, to provide 615,000 gallons of stored water for fire suppression in the town of Mendocino. This will be the only public source of water for fire suppression in the historic community of wooden homes and businesses. We recognize the importance of the appeal process, though we believe every issue raised in this appeal has been appropriately addressed. There are serious time constraints that we face regarding construction progress prior to next season's rains, and in terms of state funding deadlines, we are hopeful for a timely resolution. Again, we are thankful for this opportunity to say a few words and for the care and diligence your staff has extended to this process. We thank you.
Thank you, Josefina Barrantes, then Janelle Covalt, and we'll move to Zoom with Scott Sullivan.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming to Crescent City. I'm a big fan of the Coastal Commission. We're happy to see you here. My name is Janelle Covalt. I live here. I'm a board member of Friends of Del Norte, and I'm also concerned about the lack of signage and the off-road vehicle traffic and the threats to the snowy plover out at Lake Earl and Lake Tolowa. I'm an avid birder. I took my visiting family to the mouth at Lake Tolowa last year and was distressed by the deep tire tracks and shorebirds huddling in them. We did not see any signage deterring off-road vehicles in the sensitive habitat. There was little or no fencing. I appeal to you to use your influence to protect our endangered snowy plovers and all the other birds and wildlife that make the area from the mouth of the Smith to Point St. George beautiful and wild. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Josefina Barantes is our last in-person speaker. I don't think I see Josefina. So we will move to Zoom, beginning with Scott Sullivan.
Dalahan, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Dalahan. Talawadan Nadi. Shahushi Scott Sullivan, Vice Chairman, Talawadini Nation. Hello, and welcome to our homelands. The council and I regret that we are unable to attend in person, as today is a regularly scheduled council meeting. I am here with the Tribal Council, speaking on behalf of the Talawadini Nation. We are here to remind the Commission that nearly 2 years ago, on July 14th, 2022, Commissioners heard the Enforcement Staff Report recommendations and findings to remedy violations of the Coastal Act by the owners of Reservation Ranch, as set forth in 3 consent orders. As you know, the violators agreed to these orders, collectively known as a consent agreement, and the Commission approved them unanimously. In the consent agreement, the Executive Director of the Commission is designated to determine the holders of the public access easement and property dedications, which were included as a remedial measure in lieu of financial penalties. Under the terms of the consent agreement, the Talawadini Nation is eligible to hold these legal interests as a sovereign government. As the first stewards of this land, we have the capacity to carry out this solemn responsibility given to us at our creation. And as such, we have formed a land trust to steward these lands in perpetuity. We understand the Executive Director's determination must be based solely on the authorities of the executed consent agreement. The Commissioners are on record favoring the Talawadini Nation as the preferred holder of these legal interess, and we have requested such multiple times since July of 2022. The nation has no interest in land exchanges or in having to prioritize one stolen parcel over another. We have never lost our legal, political, or cultural connections to these lands. The Commission's remedies, however, do provide a unique opportunity to strengthen our bonds to these lands and to reestablish a permanent legal relationship. Given the deeply racist and painful history associated with these lands, it is imperative that these lands be returned to the Talawadini Nation. This is not a difficult decision. We need you to do what is right, what the public, your staff, and your fellow commissioners expressed in the July 2022 meeting. Return our lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Megan Durbin, followed by Sabrina Brennan, and then Marcy Snyder.
Hello, my name is Megan Durbin. I'm a senior planner at Wind Coastal Planning and Biology in Fort Bragg, California. I know climate change is real, and I know you all know climate change is real too. In California, we are all feeling the heat of climate change, figuratively and literally, whether we believe in it or not. Many of us are active and vocal about making small changes in our daily lives and in our communities to combat climate change. Why would we want to add fuel to the wildfires? Why would we want to leave standing dead trees on our properties, literally setting up a pile of kindling and waiting for a match? Why wouldn't we want to do something about it? Why wouldn't we want to make our homes and communities and regions and state safer? Because the Coastal Commission says we have to pay for it dearly. Removing trees quickly adds up to thousands of dollars for the labor alone. The CDP application costs several $1,000s. The risk is immeasurable. Actually, I take that back. Let's measure the risk the way the professionals do. Let's measure it by the number of insurance policies canceled and the breakneck rate of departure at which insurance companies are fleeing from California. Our county supervisors worked within the structure of the law, using what resources we have, and enacted an emergency ordinance to allow, under very specific circumstances, for homeowners to remove dead and dying hazardous trees and to install roof-mounted solar panels without a CDP. A letter of reprimand from Coastal Commission was sent to the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors on April 22nd. Over the course of 4 pages, the board was chided for utilizing an emergency ordinance and not an LCP amendment. Rural counties are inherently financially strapped and short-staffed. Even a simple change to an LCP takes substantial time and money, things we do not have a surplus of by any metric. Actions speak louder than words. Coastal Commission could put its money where its mouth is and actually act as though you care about doing something about climate change. The Coastal Commission could make funding available to the county to cover the cost of a minor LCP amendment. The Coastal Commission could support the language and spirit of this effort. Coastal Commission could expeditiously process this minor LCP amendment. There's no question this is an emergency. Thank you for your time today.
Sabrina Brennan, Marcy Snyder, and then I'm going to call a few names I haven't been able to locate. Sabrina?
I'm Sabrina Brennan, speaking on behalf of Surf Equity. In the coastal zone, reforming city and county event permitting is vital to uphold fairness and equity in sports competitions on public lands, beaches, and facilities. This week, coastal staff took a significant step by sending a groundbreaking letter to an event organizer in Huntington Beach, aimed at protecting trans people from discrimination. To learn more, check out the article titled "California Coastal Commission Requires Surf Contests to Follow ISA Transgender Athlete Policy," published today on the Inertia website. To encourage opportunities for access, equity, and inclusion, all competitive event permits issued by city or county authorities within the coastal zone must incorporate explicit equity provisions. These provisions, currently absent, are essential to guaranteeing equal playing time and equal number of participants in each gendered category, impartial location selection, and equal prize compensation for all gender categories across all levels of participation. Furthermore, it's imperative that any competitive event permit granted by city or county authorities mandates the inclusion of transgender and intersex women and girls and transgender and intersex men and boys in the gender category aligned with their gender identity. Non-binary athletes should be allowed to compete in a third category or the gender category of their preference. Women and girls and LGBTQIA+ athletes urgently rely on the Coastal Commission to address a history of discrimination within the coastal zone. Whether through amending the Coastal Act or other necessary measures, action is essential. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Marcy Snyder, I see that you're on a phone. Please unmute yourself. There she is.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. I want to express my deepest gratitude to you. My name is Marcy Snyder. I'm a Fort Bragg resident, and I've spoken to you before and thanked you many times before, but I'm going to thank you again for all you're doing for our coastal community here in Fort Bragg in addressing the very real issues with the Mendocino Railroad. The latest action you took was an objection letter to the negative determination issued by the Federal Railroad Administration as they're preparing. They approved the loan. They haven't cut the check yet for almost $30.5 million with no oversight for the potential toxins of wood preservatives and herbicides that would go into the Noyle River, because the train runs right along the river for the bulk of like 3/4 of its length. You could almost reach out and touch the water. That is very, very much appreciated, because there definitely should be oversight. They shouldn't just be able to go in and rip out railroad ties, put in more railroad ties, put up fencing, and spray herbicides right next to the Noyle River, which is the source of Fort Bragg's drinking water, as well as it pours into the sea, where, would impact the fishermen for sure. It would impact all of us. I also would like to thank you for joining the city of Fort Bragg in the lawsuit against Mendocino Railroad to bring them into compliance for permitting for all their activities on their properties, which they haven't done. They refuse to get permitted. And also for the fines you have levied against Mendocino Railroad because they refuse to get the permit for construction. So once again, my deepest gratitude, and I'm glad you're enjoying Crescent City and the people up there. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'm just going to call a couple of names that I'm not able to locate in the Zoom. If you hear your name, please raise your hand, or if you're in the room, please raise your hand. Janet Rogers and Lydia Ponce. I see one hand raised. If your name is Janet Rogers, please let us know here. I'm going to ask to unmute. Hello?
No, this is Lauren Kearns.
Okay, we'll get back to you. Okay, seeing no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
That concludes public comment. But we were still looking for people. All right, thank you very much. All right, so now we'll move on to item 7.
Actually, Chair,
I'm sorry, yes.
could we report out of
I
closed
forgot,
session?
gosh, even though you reminded me, I'm so sorry, Council.
That's okay.
Could we report out of closed session from yesterday, please?
Yes, thank you. Yesterday, after the public session agenda, the commission met in closed session. It received litigation information and advice and took action on In Re 9300 Wilshire LLC. Commission also received litigation information and advice on the following cases and one matter of potential litigation: Pappas versus State Coastal Conservancy et al., City of Fort Bragg versus Mendocino Railway, and Mendocino Railway versus Ainsworth. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Warren. All right, so there's nothing under item 6, so we'll move on to item 7, consent calendar removed from the regular calendar. Is there going to be any kind of a staff presentation, Mr. Carl?
Yeah, I'll cover that.
Okay.
So there's 2 items that we moved earlier, items 13A and 13B. 13A is the City of Capitola LCP amendment. It's related to the Monarch Cove Inn site in the city's Depot Hill area. The main gist of this case is whether and to what extent the site, which is designated visitor serving in the LCP and has been since the LCP was certified, and it has been an inn of some sort or another for decades, might be able to also accommodate residential uses. That tension has been around, like I said, since the original LCP certification. It's been controversial ever since. The good news is that we've worked together with the city and the underlying property owners, and we've crafted a solution on which all can agree, where the inland part of the site could be used for residential uses, and the seaward part of the site would continue to provide for visitor serving overnight accommodations use, while still retaining public access to nearby trails. We see this as a good outcome to finally close the books on this particular controversy. I would note that we did receive an objection suggesting that the changes could facilitate significantly more traffic that the area cannot accommodate, but we don't agree with that assessment. In fact, the Depot Hill area is pretty sleepy traffic-wise. It's hard to see an outcome here that could change that in any kind of significant and material way. And then the second item that we moved to consent is item number 13B. This is the City of Grover Beach's short-term rental revisions. The city already has a short-term rental cap and good neighbor and other sorts of rules. This amendment would primarily modify the types of housing where rentals would be allowed, eliminating them in multi-unit housing, single-room occupancy facilities, ADUs, JADUs, and SB9 related sites and units. In other words, to prohibit short-term rentals in the city in these more affordable by design housing types. We think that the revised LCP provisions are appropriate, including in terms of limiting these housing types to residential uses and not short-term rental use, and recommend it be approved as submitted. We have received comments to date, including from Better Neighbors LA, who agree and concur with the staff recommendation. So we're looking for the commission's approval on both of these items on the consent calendar.
Great, thanks, Mr. Carl. Do any commissioners have ex partes on any of these items? All right, are there members of the public that would like to speak on any of the consent items?
I have one speaker for 13B and then a few others available for questions for both items.
All right, could we call the speaker, please?
Of course. We have Noah Suarez Sykes. Noah should be in the meeting, and there you are. Please unmute and begin.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Noah Suarez Sykes, and I'm an organizer for Better Neighbors LA, a coalition of hosts, tenants, housing activists, and community members who conduct data analysis and research on the short-term rental industry, seeking to regulate short-term rentals to preserve long-term housing. So we support policies that include true home sharing and hosted-only rentals, because that's the best way to balance affordable public access for visitors and affordable housing. Today, I'd like to speak in support of the staff recommendation to approve the City of Grover Beach's LCP amendment as submitted. Grover Beach has a significant population of renters, comprising 58% of the total population, who largely overpay for housing. 83% of extremely low income and 93% of low income renter households overpay. The proposed LCP amendment would help alleviate this crisis by ensuring that short-term rentals cannot operate in housing units that are more affordable to those long-term residents, such as ADUs, JDUs, etc. And make no mistake, STRs do have negative effects on the cost of housing. According to Professor David Walksmith of McGill University, the annual rent in Los Angeles is on average $810 higher per person due to the effects of short-term rentals. And we can presume that these economic effects are not unique to Los Angeles. The City of Grover Beach appropriately chooses to protect housing for persons of low to moderate income over high-cost overnight accommodations, which do not increase access to the coast for all persons. Unhosted short-term rentals are not affordable to low-income residents and keep getting more expensive. In March 2021, the average daily rate was $250 a night, and by March 2023, it had increased to $311 a night. The City of Grover Beach is taking a smart, necessary step to regulate unhosted short-term rentals and preserve low-income housing while preserving coastal access, and we urge the Commission to approve this LCP amendment as written without delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noah. Madam Chair,
That was excellent. Is that the only public speaker? Yes? I'm sorry, I can't hear because of my computer.
Yes, that is the only speaker.
I just want to appreciate those comments, and it's great to be, I'm glad that this got resolved in a way that we were able to be aligned with you all on that. That's fantastic. And I'm also just want to express my gratitude to staff for the item 13A and getting that resolved. I'll now turn to the Commission and ask, does anyone have any comments? All right, does anyone want to remove an item? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay. we have a motion And a second. We have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Affirmative.
Wilson, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, great. That takes us to the to item I believe. I don't know what happens here.
We are down to item number 9.
Item 9. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so this is the North Central Coast District Director's Report, and we have 3 waivers and 1 Public Works Plan certification review listed on the DD's report today. However, for one of the waivers, we did receive some late information that questioned some of the underlying property ownership for the project site, and we weren't able to get that resolved before today. Thus, we're not going to report that waiver today, and we're pulling it from the report. That's waiver number 2-24-0194-W, and this is for test borings at the Marshall Boatworks site on Tamales Bay in Marin County, and so that one will come back at a future time. But for the other 2 waivers, we're not aware of any objections or controversy, and so the question is whether 4 or more commissioners object to them, and if not, then the commission will concur.
Thanks, Mr. Carl. Any speakers?
Just one available for questions from Tamales Bay Oyster Company.
And that's been, that's the one that was removed, I believe. Oh, no.
No, that's the one we're continuing to report.
Okay, great. All right. Do 3 or more commissioners object to an item on the Deputy Director's report? All right, seeing none, the commission concurs and we'll move on to the next item, which is 10A. Yes. Is 10A? Yes. Great Highway.
That is right. That is the appeal of the city of San Francisco's action on the Great Highway. And I'd like to ask Luke Henningsen from our San Francisco office to present the staff recommendation. Take it away.
Great. Hi, Mr. Henningsen. How are you?
All right. Thank you, Dan, and good afternoon, commissioners. Item 10A is an appeal of the City and County of San Francisco's approval of a coastal permit to close a portion of the Great Highway on weekends and holidays, and to allow the space to be used for non-vehicular public recreational access at those times. Slide 1 shows an example of public recreational access during a past closure event. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows you the city of San Francisco with the San Francisco Bay to the right and the Pacific Ocean to the left. The project is located on the far west side of the city where the Great Highway fronts the world-famous Ocean Beach, noted here in green. For scale, the Great Highway is about 4 miles long. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in on the west side of the city and shows the 2-mile portion of the Great Highway that would be affected by the project, again noted here in green. As you can see, the project area extends from Golden Gate Park to the San Francisco Zoo. Next slide, please. Slide 4.
I think you're off a slide, Luke. There you go.
Slide 4 gives a different view of the same 2-mile stretch that would be affected by the project, outlined in green on this slide, with Ocean Beach and the Pacific Ocean on the right. This image is also helpful as it shows that the Great Highway in the project area is not so much a singular road as it is a road system. As you can see, the portion known as the Upper Great Highway is the primary road area nearest Ocean Beach, with 2 travel lanes in each direction for its entire length. The portion known as the Lower Great Highway is inland of that, where it then meets all of the perpendicular streets with 1 travel lane in each direction, which do not extend to the Upper Great Highway. Between the Lower and Upper Great Highway is a multi-use recreational trail with numerous connections to Ocean Beach. When the Upper Great Highway is close to traffic in the project area, vehicles can still use the Lower Great Highway to get up and down coast. Next slide, please. The city-approved project closes approximately 2 miles of the Upper Great Highway on weekends and holidays. These temporary closures have actually been occurring since the beginning of COVID without CDP authorization, and thus the approved project both recognizes these past closures after the fact and continues them through the end of 2025. The area would be used for non-vehicular recreational purposes on weekends and holidays, and through vehicular traffic would make use of the Lower Great Highway during those times. Slide 5 shows typical use during one of those temporary closures. The project also includes numerous traffic calming measures on surrounding streets, including additional stop signs, turn restrictions, speed cushions, and speed tables, aimed at protecting the surrounding neighborhoods from any potential impacts from rerouted vehicular traffic while improving cyclist and pedestrian safety. Next slide, please. The appellants contend that the city's approval raises LCP issues primarily related to public access, coastal dunes, and neighborhood compatibility. Importantly, the project is best understood as enhancing public access and recreational opportunities along this 2-mile stretch of Ocean Beach. Vehicles can still traverse up and down coast during closure times, and the road area can be put to higher and better public recreational use, as seen on slide 6. As to appeal contentions that the project is responsible for increased dune impacts, the dunes at Ocean Beach have been under duress for decades, and it is hard to see how this project is responsible for that. While it is true that the dunes could be better cared for in general, that is true regardless of this project. The National Park Service and the city are actively working on measures to better protect and improve these dune areas, which are independent from this project. As for neighborhood compatibility contentions, vehicular traffic on the Upper Great Highway will need to use the Lower Great Highway, and thus traffic is not so much increasing as being redistributed. There does not appear to be any clear evidence in the record that other appellant contentions have occurred with closures, for example, regarding neighborhood parking, safety, accessibility, and first responder delays. In addition, the project's traffic calming measures will help to make nearby areas more resilient to potential traffic issues, whether any are attributable to this project or not. Next slide, please. The city's approval of the project represents a temporary repurposing of a portion of a coastal roadway for non-vehicular uses on weekends and holidays, which, all told, appears to be a public recreational access improvement and certainly not an action that raises a substantial LCP or Coastal Act conformance issue. Thus, staff recommends that the commission find that no substantial issue exists and that the commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application for this project, thereby upholding the city's decision. The one motion necessary to do so can be found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Henningsen. I'll turn to the commission, ask if there are any ex partes on this item. All right, I have an ex parte. Let's see. It was on May 2nd with an individual named Lucas Lux. It was by telephone, and basically we just discussed the fact that his group is strongly in favor of the staff recommendation and that he would be sending a letter on behalf of his organization, which he did submit, and is both the ex parte and the letter are on file. All right, I'm gonna turn to you, Vale, and ask if there are public speakers on this.
Yes, we have appellants, applicants, public agency representatives, and looks like about 8 members of the public.
All right, let's start with the appellant, and we'll be giving 3 minutes to the appellant, 3 minutes to the applicant, and then 2 minutes to others.
Okay, we have Charles Perkins and Evan Rosen as appellant and representative.
And just to clarify, Chair Hart, those are 2 separate appellants. Mr.
That's fine, I'll
Perkins.
give 3 minutes to each, please. Thank you.
I have Charles Perkins first on my list. Charles, if you'd like to begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I want to start by reminding the commission what it knows, that there is a presumption of substantial issue. So what that means is, unless there's a strong showing to the contrary, a substantial issue is deemed to exist. And frankly, presumption or not, based on the record that is been presented in this case, if this is not a substantial issue, I don't know that there ever could be one. To start out, the applicable LCP addresses the Great Highway specifically in the Western Shore Area Plan, which is part of the LCP. And objective 2 is the Great Highway. And policy 2.1 says the Great Highway is to emphasize pleasure traffic on the Great Highway. Policy 2.5, which the staff report does not address, says, not only that, we want to elevate the Great Highway where possible to allow the drivers to have better views when they're using it. Yet there's zero question that we are talking about the Upper Great Highway in the LCP. If you look at the Ocean Beach Master Plan that is cited in the LCP, all these other things, that's what we're talking about. Yet the staff report pulls out of whole cloth, essentially, this concept that no, there's this Great Highway system, which is nowhere in the LCP. And as long as people can drive on other streets, we don't care that these express policies about the Great Highway itself are offended. There's no basis for that to interpret any of this LCP in that fashion. The staff report also says that the dunes, the snowy plover habitat, the sensitive dune ecosystem, that all the damage to those dunes was pre-existing. There's no evidence that it was caused. That's not true. We submitted a San Francisco Estuary recent report that says the closed Great Highway causes additional trampling of the dunes. And the staff report says, well, the LCP is not really concerned about trampling. It's concerned about erosion and destabilization. But if you look at the estuary report, the entire thing is trampling causes erosion and destabilization. So, that is compelling evidence. The Great Highway itself, the entire coastal zone is a 6-mile stretch, and the Great Highway is the 2 miles dead in the middle of it. It's the most direct, straightforward, efficient route for people to get to the northern and southern ends of the coastal zone. There is no question that when this highway is closed and people have to go out of their way and they need to be subjected to congested traffic conditions that the closure causes, that access is radically impaired to the northern and southern ends of the coastal zone. It can't be denied. Similarly, the staff report says, oh, there's no clear evidence of harm to the neighborhood, of emergency response time delays, of headaches to neighbors and whatnot. Clear evidence is not the standard. That turns the presumption on its head. to say,
Thank you.
for example, that
Thank you,
a
sir.
lot-
Okay. Vale, my intention really was to give 3 minutes total, so I misspoke. So since this gentleman appellant used 3 minutes, I'm willing to give the other appellant 2 minutes, please.
Okay, Evan Rosen is the next appellant. Evan?
Before we get started, Speak does have a PowerPoint. Could we please put up the slides and the timer? And I did prepare 3 minutes. It's a separate appeal. Are you willing to allow me to do my 3 minutes?
Sir, generally it's 3 minutes for all appellants on appeal. So let's see if you can wrap it up in 2. And if not, give you a little extra time.
Thank you. This is about closing the Upper Great Highway in San Francisco from noon Friday until 6 a.m. Monday, 66 straight hours per week. Speak's appeal raises substantial issues of local coastal program and Coastal Act conformity, including coastal resources impacted, the dunes, the threatened snowy plover, public access along the coast for the elderly and disabled, and others who gain access by driving along the Upper Great Highway to take in the view for their recreation. Neighborhood unprotected and the zoo unprotected with pandas on the way from traffic impacts. Next slide, please. Let's be clear, there's no Great Highway system. The Upper Great Highway is the highway. The Lower Great Highway is a city street with stop signs and no view of the coast. Between the Upper and Lower Great Highway is a fabulous multi-use path for bicycles and pedestrians. LUP policy 2.5 states, improve views for vehicular traffic. Policy 2.2 calls for a 4-lane straight highway with trails for bicycles and pedestrians. The Upper Great Highway serves as a buffer to keep people on designated pathways and off the dunes. Next slide. The Estuary Institute report funded by the Coastal Conservancy states unequivocally, the recent closures of the Great Highway to car traffic have led to less constrained use by pedestrians and increased trampling of dune vegetation. Next slide. It's pretty clear. When the Upper Great Highway is closed to vehicles, pedestrians trample the dunes. It's irrelevant that dune erosion began before the closure. What matters is the closure has significantly increased trampling of dune vegetation and compounded erosion. And this raises a substantial issue of LCP conformity. Next slide. In 2018, the Coastal Commission certified an LCP amendment adding Objective 12, preserve, protect, and restore the Ocean Beach shoreline plus 6 policies. Policy 12.4 states, public recreational access facilities and public infrastructure shall be sited and designed to limit potential impacts to coastal resources. Next slide. A closure that clearly increases dune trampling per the Estuary Institute report raises a significant issue of whether the project indeed limits potential impacts to coastal resources per the LCP. Increased dune trampling is impacting the habitat of the western snowy plover, a federally listed threatened species. The Estuary Institute report states, snowy plovers are typically found in small depressions in the sand just above the high tide line. They do
Thank you,
use
sir. Do you
sparsely
think you could
vegetated foredunes.
wrap up your
Next
comments,
slide.
please?
Next
Mr.
slide,
Rosen?
please. The National Park Service has designated a plover protection zone, which runs
Okay.
along the
Thank
entire
you. That's-
2-mile stretch of the closed highway.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. All right. We'll now move on to the applicant. which
Yes,
will be-
our applicant, Brian Stokel from San Francisco is in. Brian?
Mr. Stokel, are you representing the local government as well?
No, I am representing the Recreation and Parks Department as the applicant.
All right.
Is there any time that can be given for the local government that
Yes,
issued?
I will give additional time to local government and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for having us here and covering this appeal. My name is Brian Stokel. I'm a planner at the San Francisco Recreation and Park Department and representing the department as the applicant. Commission staff outlined both in their report and in their presentation the project overall comprehensively, describing both the Great Highway and the Ocean Beach area and effectively responding to the appellant contentions. I won't repeat all of those things. I will highlight some key items regarding the pilot and the appeals. The pilot itself has received extensive local scrutiny. We've had a citywide ballot initiative that included the Great Highway, a Board of Supervisors legislation to create this pilot project, as well as the Planning Commission and 2 Board of Appeals hearings regarding the coastal development permit. As mentioned in the staff report, the pilot project improves access to the Great Highway and the coast. In fact, the Great Highway is now San Francisco's 3rd most visited park in our park system and is enjoyed by people running, biking, walking, rolling on wheelchairs, and walking their dog all along the coast. Regarding the dunes, Recon Park and our National Park Service neighbors are working, as mentioned earlier, to implement the recommendations in the San Francisco Estuary Institute Dune Study. We will be testing the recommendations to increase dune grass areas in an area near Irving Street. In the process, we will learn in our efforts to improve it and apply our lessons learned from it to further enhance habitat and dune improvements. In conclusion, the Recreation and Park Department strongly supports the staff report and recommends that the Commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application of the project and find that there is no substantial issue that exists. That's my time, and I'll hand it over to the Corey at the Planning Department.
Thanks, Mr. Stokel. Okay, so we have a representative of the Planning Department.
Corey Teague.
All right.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So you're not on video, I don't believe.
It doesn't appear to give me that option.
I tried to promote Corey to be able to show video, but maybe their device didn't allow it or something like that. It wasn't letting me.
Okay. How much time would you need, sir?
2 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Corey Teague, and I'm the San Francisco Planning Department representative here today, and I'm happy to be here before the commission for the first time. I first want to commend the Coastal Commission staff on their analysis and report for this case, which we feel is extremely thorough and accurate, and the city strongly supports the arguments of the staff report and the ultimate conclusion that no substantial issue exists to justify the commission taking jurisdiction over this permit. As was pointed out in the staff report, the purpose of this temporary closure of this section of the Upper Great Highway is primarily intended to provide greater access to the coast for a wider variety of users. However, the scope of the project applies only to weekends and only through the end of 2025. And as such, this pilot program is purposefully limited in order to provide a balance of access and to gain valuable information and experience in order to determine an appropriate path forward in the future for a more permanent situation. This approach to increasing and diversifying access to and the use of San Francisco's coastline has been through a substantial amount of review and consideration to get to this point, and is supported basically at every level of city government here, including the Recreation and Parks Department, the Planning Department, the Municipal Transportation Agency, the County Transportation Authority, Planning Commission, the Board of Appeals, and the Board of Supervisors, not to mention the San Francisco voters. And that was demonstrated through the resounding defeat of a 2022 ballot measure that proposed to acquire the Great Highway remain fully dedicated to vehicles. And it's important to note the limited and temporary nature of the permit before you today, because any future project that proposes to continue such a program past 2025 will require a new coastal permit at that time. Regarding the San Francisco Estuary Institute Dune Studies, it's important to note that other than observing additional trampling, there's no information about how much additional trampling there is, and there's no recommendation in that report to prevent the Upper Great Highway from being closed off to prevent any additional trampling. Overall, we support staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Teague. I appreciate it. All right. Are there any speakers who oppose the application at the local level?
There are, yes. All of the public speakers, it appears, that have signed up are in opposition.
All right. And how many do we have?
8.
Okey-doke. We can proceed 2 minutes for each.
Okay, we'll begin with Susan Wolf, followed by Patricia Arak, and then Kathy Herzel. They're all on Zoom, by the way. Susan, I see that you're in. You should be able to unmute. Oh, happened for a second. Susan Wolf, if you can hear me.
Did you get me yet?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. My phone is just kind of wonky.
Would you
Okay,
like to
I
turn
live
your video on, Susan?
God, I don't know how to, oh, start my video?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm new at this.
That's all right.
I press start my video.
Okay, that's all right. Go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, I live 4 blocks from Ocean Beach. The destruction of the sand dunes is obvious. People, especially those with children, slide down the sand dunes or climb up the dunes. This is destroying the habitat of the snowy plover. This has happened in the last few years since the Great Highway has been closed to cars Friday, Saturday, Sunday. On Easter Sunday, plastic Easter eggs were buried into the sand dunes as hundreds of children slid down the dunes. I did send some pictures and can send more. The Great Highway is not a park. There are not sufficient restrooms, garbage pickups, which is obvious on Monday when the beach and dunes has trash strewn about. The closure of the Great Highway is against the 4-lane road with a path on one side, as stated in the Coastal Commission statement of the area's intended use. Park and Rec and the supervisor, Joel Engardio, have ignored the wishes of the Coastal Commission. Several dangerous large logs were installed on the meridian of the Great Highway without a permit from the Coastal Commission. The traffic on Sunset Boulevard, 19th Avenue, and Lincoln is absolutely unbearable when the Great Highway is closed. Access from south, like Pacifica and other areas, is really difficult for people coming into San Francisco during those days of the week. On rainy days, the Great Highway is absolutely vacant of these bicycle riders going along 25 miles an hour. The bicycle riders on their electric bicycles, which go 25 and more miles an hour, is not the intended use that I believe that the Great Highway closure should be. It is absolutely more dangerous for me, a senior citizen with a large dog, to cross the Great Highway with bicycle riders than with cars. They have absolutely no manners as far as behavior goes. The chaos that is strewn by little children, 30-mile-an-hour bike riders and unicycle riders, and everything else is absolutely destroying this neighborhood. The speed bumps are not okay. They do not calm traffic. They only make
Next
it
speaker,
worse.
please.
Thank you. Next is Patricia Arak. Patricia? I see that you're unmuted. Would you like to start your video as well? Okay, I see that Patricia is also in on a phone, so I'm going to try that device. Patricia, if you're using your phone, you can unmute that and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Patricia Eric. I'm a retired professor and a member of the Mayor's Disability Council in San Francisco. Please allow this appeal to go forward because there is indeed substantial issues. I have lived on the Lower Great Highway for 39 years and have walked the bike path adjacent to the highway for decades and have watched everything that has happened on this highway. I actually watched the 1989 planting of the beautiful beach grass that is now destroyed and flowering ice plant also now destroyed. The report draws conclusions that are false. I know because I've seen with my own eyes the significant damage to the vegetation on the dunes and the median, and has all occurred after the highway was closed to cars. This is a significant issue. Also, this false notion of a great highway system. The report writer creates a false notion that the Lower Great Highway is designed to function as for overflow traffic from the Upper Great Highway when it's closed. Never heard, never read any reference to this fictional Great Highway system. In fact, the Lower Great Highway is a residential street filled with people living in single-family homes, apartment houses, flats, etc. People's lives are negatively impacted by the huge influx of commuter traffic when the Upper Great Highway is closed. The exhaust pollution is dangerously high. I live on a corner with a stop sign. No one ever stops at the stop sign. On Friday afternoons, there's 700 cars going past my house. There's no enforcement, no police, nothing. There's no ADA access. I'm disabled. I can't get up on the walkway because there's no ADA access for 10 blocks. These are substantial issues. The report is wrong that says that there's no impact on the Lower Great Highway and other streets. That is a lie.
The real endgame of this ill-conceived project is full closure of the Great Highway, which will completely destroy this beautiful, unspoiled natural area. This will be a disaster for the residents who will be inundated by constant traffic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kathy Herzel, followed by Judy Gorski, and then Renee Lazier. Kathy?
Oh, hi, this is Kathy Herzel. I wanted to talk to you today about the snowy plover, which is it's very significant to California, and the snowy plover is a substantial issue. And what we really have here is I wish you would have let the last appellant to keep his slide up longer and talk about the snowy plover protection zone. The snowy plover is a federally listed endangered species. It has a whole from Lincoln to Sloat is all along the sand dunes is the snowy plover protection zone. Now, what's happening is when the highways close, people don't go to the beach. They go to the sand dunes right along the highway, and they climb up, they slide down. I think you could see from the one appellant's slides, you could see people just all over the dunes. And that's what happens. People don't have any regard to, the snowy plover's habitat. And basically what they think is that they're there to play in the sand. They're not there to walk along the highway. They're there to play in the sand. And little kids, they don't want to walk along the highway. They play in the sand. And that's what they're doing, sliding, throwing sand, and adults, dogs unleashed. And so the poor little plover is having a real rough time. And this is, the staff report is very one-dimensional, and I can see why. The staff writer who presented, he's only been with the Coastal Commission a few months, so we can't really blame him. He doesn't live in San Francisco, and he's not even from California. So he's kind of a newcomer. And there's people who've lived, along the ocean and in the neighborhood that kind of know the natural environment and know the snowy plover. We know what the patterns were before and how the erosion wasn't as bad. And we can see how it's been degraded because of this closing of the highway.
Thank you.
So I urge you to vote for a substantial.
Thank you. Judy Gorski, followed by Renee Lazier, and then Jeffrey Moore.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
May I ask a question before I start?
Well, you'll have 2 minutes, so you could ask a question, but you would be using up part of your public comment, and we don't respond to questions in public comment. So why don't we just begin and tell us whatever's on your mind, okay, on this topic?
Okay. I've lived across the street from the Great Highway for over 40 years with an unobstructed view of it and the ocean. Whenever it's closed to the thousands of vehicles that use it daily, the negative effects are felt by my family, neighbors, and me. I'm grateful to the appellants for coming before you to speak on our behalf. Their appeals raise substantial issues of regional and statewide significance. Please authorize a hearing on the merits to allow for a full review and give the appellants the opportunity to enlighten you on the project's significant impact on coastal resources, failure to conform to the local coastal program, and dangers to the environment. These impacts will become worse if the coastal zone permit is granted. The Estuary Institute report directly links erosion due to the trampling of the dunes to closing the Upper Great Highway to vehicular traffic. This has caused thousands of people and a national wildlife sanctuary to be negatively impacted and is a substantial issue that requires further review. During highway closure to vehicles, I witnessed with my own eyes increased foot traffic that no longer crosses in a straight path to and from the beach via the 7 paved crosswalks, but instead tramples everywhere, back and forth over the dunes, through the native plants and the wildlife sanctuary. More than 100 new social paths have been forged over the landscaping and are escalating the erosion and destruction of the sand dunes since the so-called temporary closure in April of 2020. This doesn't conform to the local coastal program. Native plants that once thrived and anchored the sand are nearly gone, and the endangered snowy plover habitat is no longer protected. As a caregiver to an elderly disabled person, I experienced firsthand how much comfort, peace, and happiness a scenic ride along this stretch of highway brings. The disabled who cannot walk to the beach deserve to be protected by the public access policies of the Coastal Act. The part-time closure deprives them of this access. Please ensure that all people using all modes can access the coast at all times and for the integrity of the local coastal program by allowing appellants to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Renee Lazier, followed by Jeffrey Moore, and then Lauren Cairns. Renee?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Basically, I mimic everything everyone else has said opposing this. My family has been here at 3 blocks away from Ocean Beach and Great Highway since 1938 in the same location. This is really distressing to all of us who are out here enjoying this. First thing that's distressing is it's not a park. Great Highway is not a park, it's a highway. In one form or another, it has been a highway since 1890. This road is vital to people who, as many have said, north and south, need to get in and around the city on all days of the week. The nice photos and slides that the one gentleman showed is very pretty, but that's really not a good representation of most days what it's like out here. It's usually gray, horrible, etc. I myself am a bike rider with a road bike. I never felt unsafe or the need to have a special road made for myself. It is just deplorable. It's trampling the dunes. It's endangering the snowy plovers. It's unsafe. Seems like it's pandering to a few people that think that they need something other than the rest of the population by being able to travel on the road. It is, as I said, also cleanup. Park and Rec presently can't seem to, even on the multi-use trail, take care of cleaning it up. What's going to happen when they close it down full time, supposedly, to take care of and maintain it, or maintaining DPW, the road work, when the sand is there? It just seems to me as though this is something that should not be happening. The traffic also is pushed into the neighborhoods when this is closed. 45th has now become the new Great Highway, and people speed down the road as though it is the Great Highway or Indy Speedway. It is unsafe for the neighborhood. It is not necessary, and we have a big beach that we can play on. Thank you.
Next is Jeffrey Moore, followed by Lauren Cairns, and finally Mari Elisa.
Hello, thank you. I might ask, since I was an original appellant, if I could have a few extra seconds. So my
Why don't you
comment
just
letter,
proceed, sir?
Sure, thank you. My comment letter at the very bottom of the correspondence number 2 file identifies 22 substantial issues. And so I respectfully ask the commissioners to refrain from appeal dismissal unless they issue an affirmative finding that none of these 22 are substantial. It's incredibly troubling when multiple regulators have now alleged as of last week that the city is mismanaging its entire sewage system, part of which is under this roadway. So please take a closer look. The core problem here is that the developer has refused to engage in environmental review. And in fact, this entire project has been underscored by purposeful acts designed to mislead the public and the commission. Not only had they refused environmental review, their senior management was found unanimously by an ethics commission to have willfully withheld documents from public view. They also refused to even appear for part of the testimony during the appeal process. They also purposely hid the Dune report, and even Mr. Teague himself acknowledged during the appeal that he never read this critical report at the time they issued the finding of LCP conformity. If there's any doubt about the purposeful acts, I ask enforcement staff to look at what happened last Monday when the road was purposely closed when it should have been open and excuses were made, but no information was provided to the public as to why the road could not even be open. It was supposed to be open to the public. So in summary, it is a material statewide issue and incredibly dangerous precedent if a developer is empowered to self-approve its own empty application with no environmental review of endangered species and dune destruction in an erosion zone and erase its own violations with no independent review. Again, you have multiple regulators looking at the city of San Francisco. So I ask respectfully, please take a closer independent look, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Cairns, and then Mari Elisa will be our final speaker. Lauren?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's start my video.
All right. So my name is Lauren Kearns. I was the gardener down at the Great Highway Park, which is the lower portion, the lower Great Highway, from September 12th, from 2016 until late July in 22, when I was assaulted at work and suffered a traumatic brain injury while working at the park. I am boots on the ground there 5 days a week, 8+ hours a day. And I could see my background, besides just being also a gardener and so into plants, my background is wildlife and fisheries biology and aquatic biology. So I'm very familiar with all these type of areas. The Great Highway destruction that has occurred, not only just during COVID, but on these weekend closures is significant. And the snowy plover area does get trampled. In fact, the entire park gets trampled when it's closed, because people go through all the plantings. They go through the dunes. I had to repair, after the COVID closure, I had to repair a 10-foot swath of dune just by slope that was completely gone because people didn't want to walk around the gate, and plowed through the entire dune. And I had to have heavy equipment come repair the whole thing, put a huge log on top of it to stop them from doing that. That was just one location. ADA access is horrible down there. There are only 4 locations where it's actually ADA accessible, which is the bathroom areas at Judah and at Taravel, and then at Lincoln and Sloat, just because they're the end of the area. All the other pathways are not ADA compliant. In fact, stop signs were placed when they have to come.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, right in.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Maria Litsa.
Okay, I can't seem to get my video to work, if that's okay with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm going to try hitting a button and then you let me know if that helps.
No. Anyway, let me go so I'm not using up my time. I just want to say I'm here to represent the interests of a lot of neighborhood groups who signed a petition or a resolution in favor of reopening the Great Highway, in favor of this appeal. I want to also make note of the fact that closing on the weekends in this particular instance is not the weekends. It's a misnomer to call it that. It closes on Friday at noon before rush hour traffic goes through. And it does not necessarily open in time for the morning traffic. In fact, a lot of times the gates are not open. So if one were to consider the hours, it would not be weekend only closure. It's whenever they can close it, they seem to do it. So the other problem we have is because of all this traffic mitigation at a time when San Francisco is broke, and particularly the Muni system that runs the traffic situation in San Francisco is broke. They are spending all this money on traffic mitigation in the neighborhoods that they shouldn't have to spend if they just open the highway. The other thing I want to mention is the fact that this is not a single city highway. This connects 3 counties. So you have people who are going from San Mateo County to Marin and vice versa, traversing through the city one way or another. There's no freeway that connects them. They had the Great Highway to use in the past. Now all that traffic is getting spread out throughout the neighborhoods. It's also getting spread out through other parts of the city and creating more traffic, more pollution in the city. So we would really love it if you.
That concludes public speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Coming back to Mr. Henningsen or Mr. Carl, is there anything additional that you'd like to say in
Sure.
response to the public comment?
I'll start out. At
Okay.
first, with respect to the comments about the Great Highway being made up of both upper and lower grade highways, there's no debating that there is a lower and an upper grade highway. as was shown pretty clearly when Mr. Henningsen showed his slides. That's just a fact. And so the LCP doesn't call out either. The LCP refers to the Great Highway, the entire Great Highway right-of-way, and the Great Highway corridor. So it's important to understand that, and it's appropriate to consider both in an application of LCP policies, like we've done here. Then with respect to the San Francisco Estuary Institute report, that's a report that's a deep dive on Ocean Beach history, appropriate management measures going forward. And yes, there is a one-sentence observation noting that there's increased trampling of dune vegetation has been observed. However, that is simply an observation. There's no supporting data to provide context or information, and that's in a nearly 200-page report. And really, the report is focused on solutions, including solutions to eliminate volunteer trails, to consolidate trails, to put up rope and pole protection, replanting, etc. I think one thing that's notably missing from the recommendations in that report is any suggestion that access should be curtailed. Rather, it's structured around management measures that can better protect the habitat. I think some of these habitat issues related to this project are really being conflated in this appeal. Then I would also note, and this is just an oddity of our procedures, under our regulations, only those who oppose the application when it was pending locally can testify at a substantial issue hearing like this. So testimony can sometimes seem a little bit skewed as a result. I think you heard that today because you hear all the opposition. However, here, as you're aware, from the correspondence packages for this item, literally thousands of comments were submitted. Many of them were different variations of form letters on both sides of the issue, including way over 1,000 in support of the city's proposal here. And then lastly, I just note there have been some observations in that testimony might suggest otherwise, but the commission has the discretion to find or to not find a substantial issue. Well, staff thinks there's clearly no substantial issue for all the reasons we've articulated in the staff report and in the presentation today, but that's up to your good judgment. So with that, we're available for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Carl. So I'm assuming Mr. Henningsen is not going to be adding anything to that? Doesn't sound like.
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you, Chair Hart.
All right. Thank you very much for that. All right. Bring it back to the commission for any comments, questions, or motion. I am seeing Vice Chair Escalante.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to make the motion whenever everybody's ready. But
Is
I
there-
just, of course, after having a thorough conversation about roads right by the ocean and what public benefit is and around public trust issues, I'm just in shock to hear this defense of vehicles and all of the air emissions as something that's better for the environment than this great project that's being proposed. I think this is fabulous and I am full supportive. So I'll make the motion when we're ready.
Okay, are there any other comments? All right, so why don't we, any other comments first? Commissioner Nanoff?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Carl for bringing to our attention the correspondence that we've received, because certainly in reviewing the record that has been presented to us, there's an abundance of support for the city's action.
Thanks, Commissioner Nanoff.
Could I
Yes,
speak to that?
Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to also, acknowledge the city of San Francisco in this effort. I know when COVID hit, everybody was trying to find more ways for people to get outside and to socially distance. And this project was kind of implemented as a trial back then when they were doing all the Safe Street programs. And we saw those programs being implemented in Oakland. We had them in Santa Cruz as well. And it's, just given how effective it was, it seems like this is an opportunity where the community wants to see this kind of move forward and carry it out. And, for all the conversations we've been having around, managed retreat in some areas where there's, here in Crescent City, where there's cliff erosions where roads are, and even in Santa Cruz, where I'm at, where we have, parts of West Cliff eroding, and people are fighting over whether we should keep it open or keep it closed. It seems like, overwhelmingly, a lot of folks in this community want to see this be, something that's public access, and to see so much support behind, this area of road being converted into something that can be used for public access in terms of pedestrians and bikes it seems like a great benefit to not only the community, but to our climate. And I do think, though, that that there are some serious concerns that have been raised around just the speed at which people are, biking through that space. And so, some kind of traffic enforcement or calming that can happen there, I think would probably be beneficial for people who may be elderly or walking, or kids that might, accidentally walk out in front of a bike. So there are some safety measures that maybe should be considered, but I think this is a good move in terms of trying to create more public space. And so I'm going to be supporting this today as well.
I just want to make a couple of comments. I just am so strongly in favor of this project. And besides agreeing completely with the comments that have been made by my colleagues, one of the things I feel that we need more than ever in this time full of conflict, and people are fighting and disagreeing with each other so vehemently, even within families. And an area like this so clearly is an opportunity to bring people together in a joyful way, in a beautiful space along the coast. And it's just, I think this project is so important. And from the perspective of making a decision on this, there have been so many from the voters, from the Board of Supervisors. There have been so many levels of approvals that this has gone through. That gives me a strong sense of confidence. Saying that, I'd ask Mr. Carl, is there a separate bike lane, or what is the situation with dividing people that are going at a rapid pace on bikes, for example? Do they go on the adjacent trail, or how does that work?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's open,
Okay.
as you saw in some of the photos that Luke presented. You could ask the San Francisco Rec and Park folks, because I think that's a
Sure, I'd be curious.
question.
Yeah, and I'm following up on Commissioner Cummings on that. So could we go back to SF Parks and Rec on that, if he's available?
Hi, the Brian Stokel Rec and Park. My camera's
Thanks.
not on, but I
No,
will
that's
respond. Because it's a roadway for during the weekdays, it's striped as a roadway, and so on the weekends when it's for walking and biking, we're not able to make it change for bikes and the car setup at the same time. But we have been considering different ways to manage this moving forward, and are very aware of some of the speed concerns.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think you're hearing from the Commissioner Cummings, and I definitely second that. Even something as simple as pylons or something as a temporary measure just to avoid any conflict. Definitely conflict would undermine what I just said about bringing people together, so I'd like to avoid that. All right, so Vice Chair Escalante will be making a motion and will be seconded by Commissioner Rice.
Thank you. I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-2-SNF-24-0009 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed, and I recommend a yes vote.
And I will second. And if I could make a comment,
Please.
I think I also, a couple things I just want to make note of for members of the public. Substantial issue hearings are really also kind of confusing, I think, to the general public in terms of the grounds in which our commission is making a determination of around substantial issue. We're not going into this de novo and whole, and part of that reason, at least for this project, is because what we're looking at is approval of a pilot that is going to include a lot of analysis and studies that will inform, and I'll put this in the form of a question, a CDP application potentially that will come back to us, that will be analyzed and reviewed in a different way.
Is that a question?
Dan, yeah, Dan, do you want to answer that one?
Yeah, I think that part of the city's approach here is to monitor and collect data on, both vehicles and counts and speeds and travel times, turning movements, etc., but also bicycle and ped counts. And they're going to do a safety assessment. They're going to do user surveys. The whole intent of this is to collect information that could support, some other project in the future about what to do with this, really valuable public space, what's its highest and best use. So yeah, I think that's fully the city's intent, is to use this as an opportunity to collect that data in support of, we'll see, I'm not sure what that would be, but that's why it's a pilot through 2025.
Yep. And thank you for that. And I think it's really important, and actually what began as a response to COVID and then has evolved now into a bona fide pilot is frankly probably it's going to be informed by actual experience versus theoretical, and which is sort of interesting, which doesn't often happen. So I'm happy to second the motion for no substantial issue, and look forward to this coming back to us in the future with a fully informed project that speaks to the broader needs of the community and the environment, and consistent with the city and county's LCP and the Coastal Act.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. We have a motion and a second, so I ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bochco? Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante?
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon?
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff?
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice?
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson? Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre?
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Chair Hart?
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move on to, I believe, next is item 10B. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's
Great.
item number 10B, another appeal, this one of the Coastside Land Trust Coastal Trail Improvements Project in Half Moon Bay. And I'd like to ask Isabel Cooper in our San Francisco office to give our staff presentation.
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon. Oh, are the slides up? Sorry, maybe I'll wait.
We're bringing it up right now.
I got excited. Thanks.
There we go.
Awesome. Thank you. I think we're one ahead. If you could go back one. Other direction.
Sorry, we're having a little technical situation.
There we go. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. Item 10B is an appeal of the City of Half Moon Bay approval of improvements to a 2.8-mile segment of the California Coastal Trail and associated public access amenities along coastal bluffs between Poplar Beach to the north and the Ocean Colony residential community and Ritz-Carlton Hotel to the south. Next slide, please. Slide 2 shows you the project's general location seaward of the western terminus of Wavecrest Road and north of Redondo Beach Road, outlined here in orange. Highway 1 is also labeled and runs through the upper right corner of the photo on the slide. Poplar Beach at the northern terminus is labeled on the slide at the top left, and the Ocean Colony development can be seen labeled on the slide at bottom right, just inland of and south of the project area. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in on the project site to provide a better visual of the existing network of well-worn and informal footpaths that cross the project site. Visitors currently park in an informal dirt parking lot at the western terminus of Redondo Beach Road, circled in red at the bottom right of the image. Next slide, please. The image on the left in slide 4 gives you a different view of the existing informal parking lot currently used by visitors. As you can see, the dirt lot sits right at the bluff's edge, where it is quite susceptible to erosion, particularly from uncontrolled drainage, and it is not formally striped for parking. The image on the right shows an example of the existing informal trails that visitors use to access the beach from the bluff, where these trails are only for the most nimble of beachgoers and can be dangerous, and continued use of them only exacerbates bluff erosion. Next slide, please. Slide 5 shows the site plan for the proposed project, where the beach and Pacific Ocean is to the bottom of the slide. The primary purpose of the project is to complete the last segment and create continuity of the California Coastal Trail within Half Moon Bay city limits. Improvements to 2.8 miles of trails would formally connect two sections of the coastal trail located north and south of the project site, shown here in yellow, with a consolidated trail system, including allowing for restoration of a number of informal trails. The project would also install 2 stairways to provide improved and safe access to the beach from the trails, one on each side of a ravine, and the staircases are noted at the bottom of the slide by the blue arrows. The project also includes 2 new parking lots noted in green, with enough spaces to offset the closure of the existing informal lot, where the informal lot would be restored to native coastal prairie and bluff habitat, shown in red at the bottom right. The appellants contend that the city-approved project raises LCP issues related to public access. Specifically, the appellants contend that the project does not maximize public access due to the relocation of parking areas further inland, alleged reduction in parking capacity and lack of public access signage, and concerns over the impact of public access users on Redondo Beach Road. Next slide, please. The LCP requires that public access and recreational opportunities be maximized, while also requiring that these public recreational access areas be sited and designed to account for coastal bluff erosion and protection of coastal resources. The city-approved project formalizes and enhances existing trails, existing vertical beach access, and existing visitor parking, while also restoring and protecting sensitive coastal habitats and bluffs. The 2 improved trailhead parking areas would provide a similar amount of parking to current conditions, and the formalized coastal trail system and beach access points promise improved safety and accessibility for visitors. We do not expect that the amenities provided will significantly increase the visitation so much as to impact road conditions on Redondo Beach Road, and all amenities have been appropriately sited away from the bluff in order to reduce erosion, and the habitat restoration aspect of the project ensures that coastal resources are protected and enhanced. Next slide, please. As a result, staff recommends that the commission find that no substantial issue exists with respect to the LCP and Coastal Act public access provisions, and that the commission decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application. The motion to do so can be found on page 4 of the staff report, and that concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Ms. Cooper. That was great. Now I will ask if there are any ex partes on this. All right, open the public hearing. Is the appellant available?
We just have the applicant, Sarah Polgar.
All right, so we'll hear from the applicant and she'll have, or she, I believe, will have 3 minutes. You're here in person. Great. That's a long way, right?
This is important.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Sarah Polgar. I'm a member of the Board of Directors for Coastside Land Trust, the applicant, and we support the staff's recommendation of no substantial issue. Since 1997, Coastside Land Trust has been protecting and caring for open space in the Half Moon Bay area for the benefit of natural, scenic, cultural, and historic resources and for access and recreation. The Wave Crest bluff tops, where the coastal access project is proposed, are visited by people from near and far who love the beautiful ocean views and bird watching, getting exercise, and enjoying a day at the beach. But the heavily used casual trails and spots where people scramble down to the beach, as well as the eroding parking at the end of Redondo Beach Road with its big sinkholes and its crumbling cliff edges, are unsafe and inaccessible for many users, harmful to the wetlands and coastal prairie habitats out there, and causing much faster erosion of the bluffs. Coastside Land Trust planned and raised the funding for and proposed this project to fill the large gap in the coastal trail and make the existing informal trails, beach access, and parking safe and accessible, and reduce erosion and restore damaged habitat. Your staff did an excellent analysis, and the report clearly lays out how the project, as approved, as the result of a very thorough and community-involved review process at the local level, is fully consistent with the Coastal Act and the Half Moon Bay LCP by ensuring that the existing levels of public access are not only maintained, but enhanced in order to maximize access opportunities. I won't repeat staff's well-supported reasons for the no substantial issue determinations about parking, signage, scenic views, and accessibility. I do want to clarify regarding design standards for accessibility, though. We use the Architectural Barriers Act accessibility standards because they are the best and most applicable for this project to maximize accessibility. Trails used for recreation purposes such as this are not specifically addressed by the current Americans with Disabilities Act or ADA standards, but they are addressed by the Architectural Barriers Act standards, which are based on the Federal Access Board's Outdoor Recreation Accessibility Guidelines. May I continue for a moment, or should I finish?
I think that that would be great. Thank you so much for coming all the way up here. All right, do we have any speakers that are qualified that opposed at the local level?
No, just someone available for questions.
All right, in that case, I'll bring it back to staff, ask if there's anything else.
Nope, just available for questions.
Terrific, thanks. All right, bring it back to the commission for a motion or any comments. And Commissioner Wilson is going to be making the motion.
All right, is this on? What, my turn for this? All right. Hello?
Mine's working here. Come over here.
Okay. Really quick. All right, I move that the commission determine that the appeal number A-2-HMB-24-0008 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603 of the Coastal Act, and I recommend a yes vote.
All right, Commissioner Bochco second. So we have a motion and a second. Ask for roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante.
Yes.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Notoff.
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco. Bochco, yes. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
All right, no substantial issue, and we will move on to item 12.
Yes, so we're at item number 12. This is the Central Coast District Director's Report, and today we're reporting 2 waivers and 1 emergency coastal permit. We're not aware of any objections regarding these matters, and so the question is whether 4 or more commissioners object, and if not, then the commission will concur.
All right, any ex partes? Any speakers?
No speakers.
Okay, do 3 or more commissioners object to any item on the Deputy Director's Report? Seeing none, the commission concurs, and we'll move on to item 13. I'm sorry, not 13, item 14A, oversized vehicle parking restrictions in Santa Cruz.
That's correct. To item 14A, and I would like to ask Kiana Ford, the analyst for this project in our Santa Cruz office, to give the staff presentation.
Thank you.
We do have a PowerPoint.
Did you say it's Mr. Cohen?
No, it's Kiana Ford is going to give our staff.
Ms. Ford, thank you.
Hi.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. As Mr. Carl just informed you, item 14A is an appeal of the City of Santa Cruz coastal permit decision to continue to implement and enforce nighttime oversized vehicle parking restrictions and a corresponding safe parking program. Next slide, please. As you may recall, the Commission approved a similar project in May of last year for a 1-year term, and the city's program became fully operational as of December 2023. Since that time, and as further articulated in the staff report, the program has been utilized by over 100 participants, and the city sees the program as a success in terms of providing services to unhoused individuals, transitioning a number of such individuals into housing, and protecting coastal resources. In particular, the city highlights how the program was able to transition 10 participants into permanent housing and lead to a 60% reduction in trash collected along streets adjacent to city parks and open space areas. Further, the city program has led to greater parking turnover along important coastal access streets, opening up parking for all visitors to the city. Overall, the city has found the program to be a critical component to address challenging public health, safety, and coastal resource issues, and the city has adapted the program based on lessons learned and feedback from its stakeholder engagement meetings, of which they held 5 such meetings over the last year. Next slide, please. The Commission's 1-year permit is set to expire in a couple of days on May 11th, and the city's CDP approval that is now before you today on appeal is intended to cover the program moving forward. Importantly, the city's approval is in line with the Commission's direction from last year, and it largely mirrors that permit structure, including both the midnight to 5 a.m. parking restriction and all of the city provided free parking areas and free services for oversized vehicles and their users. The approval is for a 5-year term and includes refined conditions of approval related to outreach, minor modifications, and evaluating the effectiveness of the program through data collection. And the city has proposed to continue to conduct stakeholder meetings throughout the permit's term. Lastly, the city's approval includes important built-in review loops in consultation with the executive director to include a certain level of oversight for any future program changes, including requiring executive director approval for any subsequent permit extensions. Next slide, please. The appellants disagree that the one-year program has been a success and contend that the overnight restrictions translate into decreased access during daytime hours, and further contend that the program disproportionately affects unhoused oversized vehicle dwellers who have a disability. At its core, the commission is tasked with evaluating the Coastal Act and LCP issues associated with the city's decision, and staff agrees with the overarching contention that any restriction on public coastal access is not to be taken lightly. Here, however, the parking restriction would continue to operate only between midnight and 5 a.m., which is at a time when public access pursuits are extremely limited and would only affect the even smaller subset of users that also use an oversized vehicle to facilitate such access. In other words, the program has an extremely limited public access effect and arguably has a positive effect, as greater parking turnover helps to ensure that all visitors can avail themselves of coastal access parking. Additionally, individuals with a valid disabled license and placard are not subject to the oversized vehicle restrictions and therefore would be permitted to park in on-street parking spaces 24/7. Lastly, the Safe Parking Program provides free parking and free services to oversized vehicle users, including in locations near the coast, with relatively straightforward access from these lots to free parking in coastal access areas during the day. In staff's view, when measured against the applicable access provisions, which is the standard of review for this decision, the city-approved program simply has not and should not lead to any sort of significant adverse public access impacts. Next slide. In conclusion, we believe that the city has taken its obligations seriously, including by fulfilling all the conditions of approval mandated by the Commission's approval of the one-year program, and has found the program to be a successful and effective tool to provide needed social services in a way that respects and protects coastal resources. The city has shown that they have listened to various stakeholders through their stakeholder meetings, made refinements and changes over time to certain suggestions, and continue to assess the program's effectiveness over time. The one-year pilot has demonstrated that the program can successfully function without significantly impacting public coastal access and even benefit access in certain ways. And finally, it is clear that the city has the tools and resources to implement such a program, including providing the aforementioned social services, and are therefore the most well-equipped to oversee the program on a day-to-day basis. Thus, staff recommends that the Commission exercise its discretion to find that the city's CDP action does not raise a substantial issue and decline to take jurisdiction over the CDP application. The motion to find no substantial issue is found on page 6 of the staff report. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any ex partes? All right, is the appellant available?
Yes, we have two appellants signed up to speak, Reggie Meisler and Jamila Najib.
All right, they'll have a total of 3 minutes.
Okay, Reggie Meisler's first on my list, but I'm not sure if y'all preferred a certain order.
Yes, we would like to ask the chair for additional time since we are co-appellates and we've submitted separate appeals.
I'll give you each 2 minutes for a total of 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Jamila, do you want to begin?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jamila Najib and I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of Northern California and Disability Rights Advocates. Once again, we find ourselves here in front of the commission to urge you that there is a substantial issue with approving the extension of this permit. We urge you to uphold this appeal and take jurisdiction over the permit. A year ago, we warned that the oversized vehicle ordinance enacted by the CDP was an anti-homeless policy that would have the effect of driving out the majority of Santa Cruz's vehicularly housed population, thus driving them from the coast, coastal resources, and public access. A year later, this is exactly what has happened. First, the oversized vehicle ordinance has only been enforced since December. In these 6 months alone, there has been a significant decline in the number of RVs parked in the city of Santa Cruz. In the mere 6 months of enforcement, we have observed an approximately 80% reduction in the number of vehicularly housed people in Santa Cruz. We believe that there's multiple reasons for this, as outlined in our appeal, but one of the main reasons is that the city has aggressively enforced this ordinance, handing out 99 tickets to different RVs in the first 6 weeks of the ordinance alone, with one RV dweller receiving 13 tickets since its enforcement. With many individuals unable to afford these fines, they are forced to refrain from visiting, parking, and assessing the Santa Cruz city and the coast altogether. Another reason it has failed to meet its burden is because the city has failed to properly accommodate people with disabilities as outlined in our appeal. Within this brief 6-month window of the CDP enforcement, the commission must now evaluate the permit's ramifications and its impact on those directly affected. The honest truth is that the city does not know and has not presented this data. Approving a 5-year extension of the CDP based off of 6 months of enforcement information and with these impacts already looming is not only negligent, but directly contradicts this own commission's environmental justice policy. We respectfully ask the commission to find a substantial issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reggie Meisler, we're bringing up your presentation right now. Can begin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
So the presentation, you don't have to pay too much attention to it. It's effectively just evidence that the city manager spoke with the proponents of OVO as part of, in response to RVs, they sort of listed what you can clearly see is the Swanton, Delaware multi-use trail project and a quick build transportation improvement, which in this case was referencing street sweeping pilot program, which is going before you soon. So I just wanted that little piece of evidence that when staff claims that OVO was a holistic solution to dealing with oversized vehicle parking in the coast, the city clearly does not believe that. We've provided not just this email, but multiple emails that the city is looking into transportation projects and possibly will look into even more after these two to create hostile architecture above and beyond the oversized vehicle ordinance in the coastal zone. And so when we take this context into account with what Jamila has been talking about, what ACLU wrote about, with the fact that 5+ ticket tow orders are something that Santa Cruz police have not started doing yet, and the fact that Johnson versus Grants Pass, a Supreme Court decision, which could upend a lot of homeless infrastructure and all kinds of logic around these legal precedents, has not gotten shaken out. It will be shaken out soon. I think at the very least, please shorten this permit renewal period from 5 years to a year, because this is not a situation to be taken lightly. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant available?
I have a representative from the city, Lee Butler.
All right, Mr. Butler, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I'm going to turn it over to our Councilmember Shebra Kalantari Johnson for our presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Shebra Kalantari Johnson, and on behalf of the City Council and the Oversized Vehicle Council Subcommittee, I want to thank you all for this opportunity and thank the Commission staff for their work and request that the Commission support the staff's no substantial issue recommendation. Look, we didn't know whether this oversized vehicle ordinance would work, but we knew that we had to try something new because what we had in place wasn't working. The system wasn't working for those community members who were living in their vehicles. It wasn't working for visitors, and it wasn't working for our environment. Oversized vehicles would remain in concentrated areas for weeks or even months at a time, creating a whole range of environmental and access issues which we presented to your commission. And now after a year, we found that this is very effective. We have shifted from being reactive to proactive, getting people the support that they need, and addressing entrenchment that was causing public health impacts. We have positive environmental implications that are quantifiable. We have confirmed reduction in trash collected in and around sensitive habitats. And we've taken a compassionate approach because this is very important to our council and our community. We're providing free parking spaces that includes restrooms, trash services, and connections to social services. And we've served 81 people in the overnight program. And in our 24/7 program, we've served 28 people, with 10 of those individuals moving into permanent housing. That's a 36% rate of exiting into permanent housing, which is a successful outcome. We're grateful for the work of the folks, the nonprofit organizations we're working with. We think this pilot program has worked really well. We're grateful to our partnership with the county that's helping us expand our inventory. And we thank the Coastal Commission staff for their work, and we ask that you support and agree with your staff and find no substantial issue. Thank you for this opportunity.
We have no other public speakers of standing.
So no one else that objected at the lower level, at the local level, excuse me, is available
No.
to speak,
No.
right?
Correct.
All right, bring it back to staff for any response to the comments.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Hart. Kevin Kahn here, District Manager of the Central Coast Office. Just a few quick points. I think we reiterate the comments that the city made. I would also note, kind of similar to what Mr. Carl mentioned during the San Francisco item, that while our appeal procedures only allow those who oppose the project to present today, there is a pretty voluminous record in our correspondence package of those that support the project and the program. And we see the city, this one-year program, really doing everything that the commission set out and required of the city from last year's action. The intent was to have that one-year program, get it up and running, solicit feedback from a broad range of opinions via the stakeholder group, including from the ACLU and the appellants, as well as those that would suggest for more robust vehicle restrictions, and to incorporate their suggestions into the program. The city has done that. They've had 5 such meetings. It appears to have been a success in terms of the coastal resource enhancements, that in terms of trash and parking turnover. And also, it doesn't appear to have had any demonstrable adverse public access impacts either. And the primary reason for that is the city has a very robust social services program, all free for people to go and to park and to get the services that they need. So we see this as timely in terms of the city taking over this permit, but also with a certain level of commission oversight. We're going to still work with them, and we work with them on some condition language to have staff and the executive director sign off on any changes, and as well as extensions. So all in all, we see the city's 5-year program or 5-year extension here as being the right thing to do. We also see, just to reiterate, that the city is the better entity equipped to be the holder of this permit, to respond to on-the-ground issues, and to address what are largely social services concerns with what we see as a pretty minor coastal access element associated with it. With that, we are available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. All right, bringing it back to the commission. Are there any commissioner comments? Commissioner Cummings.
I'll let other commissioners go first. Since it's my
Okay.
jurisdiction, but if nobody has any.
Would anyone
questions or
else
comments.
like to speak? Anyone? Yes, Commissioner Rice. And Commissioner Herman.
I guess my my question is, and I may have missed this in the report or in the testimony, is why 5 years, which seems like a pretty long time, and on top of just it's actually only been 6 months since we gave the original 1-year approval. So I guess I'm curious about the timeframes that were selected, the 5-year timeframe that was selected, and maybe the rationale behind that versus something shorter.
I mean, I think you could probably ask the city specifically, but I think part of it is everything that led into the permit from last year and then this year, it's a heavy lift. And I think they felt like they had their feet under them with the program and ready to move it forward. And again, as Mr. Khan indicated, it does have a full adaptation component. So as things shift over that course of time, the program can be modified, and that's subject to executive director approval too. And so we thought it was appropriate, but if you wanted more about motivations past that, you could ask the city.
Yeah, actually I would, and because I think we're still using the terminology pilot, is that correct?
Mr. Carl, would this still be a pilot for the 5 years? Would it be considered a pilot?
No, we're not
No,
calling, this
would
isn't a
be
pilot. This is an actual program
the
being
actual program.
implemented moving
Okay.
forward, yeah.
I would
I
just
believe-
say the intent, though, is to have it be adaptively managed. So this is the more permanent. Well, permanent's not the right word, but it is the 5-year term, but it's meant to be nimble and to respond to on the ground issues that come up.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Rice would like to hear from the city. Is that Mr. Butler or?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart, and Deputy Director Carl hit the nail on the head. There's a really substantial amount of work that went into setting up this program. We recognize that there are still concerns, and we believe that in this next 5-year timeframe, we will have an opportunity to continue our work with the Coastal Commission, along with having modifications to the program as necessary with the oversight of the Coastal Commission staff to ensure that if we need to make changes, we can do so, but that we have a return on the substantial investment that we have made over the course of multiple years in order to get both our 24/7 and our overnight safe parking programs up and running, as well as the other implementation of the ordinance.
Commissioner Rice, do you have additional questions? All right, Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I guess I'll start by saying I very much appreciate the impetus behind this kind of work. I understand the challenges faced in coastal communities when it comes to this particular subject, but I continue, as I did last year, to have grave misgivings about this type of program. And oversized vehicle ordinance, though, of course, is facially neutral, to me, obviously has the effect of excluding a particular class of people. I think the ACLU letter said the vehicularly housed people is that class. And I agree. And I have, I guess, fundamental constitutional concerns about these types of ordinances, but more relevantly for this discussion, personally, I continue to be unable to harmonize this kind of program with our environmental justice policy. And so, again, while I understand there are robust programs, there's a lot of reasons for this type of ordinance. For me, I just cannot harmonize those two. And with great respect for everyone's position, I know how difficult it is in local government in particular. I will have to vote to find substantial issue because I just can't get around that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else prior to Commissioner Cummings? Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank staff for all their work on this. You know, this item goes back a long time with the commission. It goes back to 2016 when the commission denied the permit, I believe, for the first iteration of this. There was substantial issue found in 2022. And last year, even myself included, who I've always had I've had some concerns with this program, you know, was reluctantly in favor of moving forward with under the idea that this is a pilot. And so I do have some questions given that we're here today, because I guess my understanding last year, the fact that we were issuing a permit as a pilot, like I thought that it was going to come back to the commission and we were going to be able to understand how the permit was implemented, how the program was rolled out, and then we would be able to kind of, you know, move that we give the jurisdiction over to the city or what have you. So I'm just wondering, as a new commissioner last year, and a little confusion around that, if you can speak just to that permitting process.
Sure, that wasn't the structure. This wasn't intended to come back in front of the commission. In fact, the coastal permit and the commission's action was quite clear that it was authorizing a 1-year permit only. And if the city wanted to continue to implement the program, they were going to have to do a new permit, which I think everyone expected. If they did that, and they did, it would be appealed here and it would be in front of the commission. But the structure of the permit wasn't for it to come back to the commission after a year. That was just how that permit was structured. If it was unclear, apologies, but that's the way it was structured.
Yeah, thank you. Follow-up question. I'm just wondering when it comes to minor modifications, like how those are addressed, because I think to Commissioner Rice's point, like 5 years seems like a very long time frame. And my understanding, I guess, based on the ability of the executive director to approve minor modifications, like that seems like a major modification to something that was a pilot. And so I'm just kind of wondering within the context of how this is coming forward, how this would be addressed by the coastal staff.
Sure. The way that the city structured this current approval is that under the terms and conditions, the city has the ability to make modifications to the program, but only so long as the executive director agrees. So if there weren't, so that's to Mr. Khan's point, that's the adaptability portion of this, is that we're going to learn more as this rolls out even further. And there may be things that need to change here and there, including based on the ground experiences. And so that's how it was structured, and it allowed for, which is a little unusual for local government coastal permits to have an executive director oversight role. But we do it does happen from time to time. And so that was, providing at one level of, oversight that the commission, through its executive director, would at least be able to weigh in on those sorts of changes were they to be proposed by the city. So it's a condition of approval.
Just a little bit to add to that,
Sure.
if you don't mind, Commissioner, I would add that, it is a little bit unusual. I think it was in response to the adaptability component to this permit, which I think we agreed was an important component to add, because we're just not really sure, as even the city said, how this is all going to turn out. And so we wanted that adaptability. We wanted to see if we could figure out how to implement that, but also that it would be very much we'd have to look at it every single time there was a modification to see if there were additional coastal effects that were raised or other, through our standard of review, to see if we agreed it was a minor modification that didn't bring up additional concerns that weren't already addressed in our review.
Yeah. And then I guess I only have a couple other questions and I have some comments. What options are they, like, given that last year the city came before the commission, the permit was approved, they didn't implement it until December of last year, and obviously, they're coming up on a deadline. There could be an opportunity, or I guess the question is there an opportunity for local jurisdictions under these kind of circumstances to ask for an extension on existing permit rather than having to bring kind of the new permit forward? Because it seems like that might have been an appropriate approach if it's an option. And so I'm just wondering if that potentially was an option under these circumstances.
I think that could have been an option. I think the city, we had a 1-year term on their permit, so they were then in the driver's seat to determine what type, what the program was moving forward. So it would have been an option to do any number of years, I think, at that point.
Got it. Okay. Well,
but not anymore, because what's in front of you is a 5-year program. So that was the choice they made. That's what we're reviewing today.
got it. I guess I'll just make some comments because I know it's been a long day. So I just want to preface with the fact that irrespective of kind of my past feelings about this program, I have been working proactively with the city. I've gone, after our meeting in Sacramento, I followed up that next week with the city to lobby at the state level to help secure funds related to homelessness. We've been having monthly meetings with the city to understand how we can improve homelessness and these types of programs. City's currently working with the county, with my office in particular, to try to see if we can expand safe parking at the county building because we see this as an issue. But one of the things that I want to make sure that we're not focusing on is this issue of homelessness, because our role is public access to the coast, right? And so what's before us today is the issue of like maintaining public access to the coast. And one of the things that's missing from this that I wish we could have had before us, and I think an extension, and maybe during those meetings we could have discussed, what was going to come back to the Coastal Commission regarding the safe parking program, which we didn't discuss in our city county meetings, is the fact that part of this oversized vehicle ordinance is regarding people who are visiting the coast. So not just people who are experiencing homelessness. If you, for example, are on a road trip with your family, you want to visit some friends in Santa Cruz, and you have a vehicle over 20 feet, based on this ordinance, you have to go to the city and you have to get a permit, and it's a 72-hour permit. And people who live in homes can only get 4 72-hour permits a year. The fact that this program hasn't been implemented during the summer months means we don't have any data on how visitors to the coastal zone will be impacted by this type of ordinance. And so for me, the biggest issue right now is less regarding the people who are experiencing homelessness, which I think is important, but I think that's for us in terms of our roles as city and county elected officials to address. But right now, what's before us is giving a 5-year extension on a program when a huge component of it we have no data and no information on. And so that's for me what the biggest concern is, because, you know, for example, I have friends who are unable to fly because they have a disability. And so that might be their main form of transportation. Other friends who are quadriplegics, and they definitely have vans over 20 feet, and that's their mode of transportation when they want to go on long journeys in terms of vehicles over 20 feet, RVs, what have you. And so this could significantly limit certain people from being able to spend longer periods of time in the coastal zone. And I don't think we should be reducing access to those individuals just because of the size of their vehicles. And also there's a charge for those people to access those permits, which if I have a car and I want to go on a road trip, I can technically park and move around and be in that city, and I don't have to buy a special permit to be there. But if I have a vehicle over 20 feet, I can only get a 72-hour permit to park on the streets overnight. So, and because of the fact that we don't know how this program impacts those individuals who we really want to make sure have access to the coast, I think and I really wanted to see if there was another way to address this. But, you know, I think that within the appeal, it raised procedural questions, including whether enough time has passed to draw a affirmative conclusion about the issues and impacts associated with the program, and whether it is appropriate for the city to approve a 5-year CDP at this time. I think that if it was a 2-year, we'd probably be okay. That would give us enough data about how this impacts folks in the summer. If it was another year extension, maybe even, but to ask for a 5-year extension, which is what's before us, I just think that's a little bit excessive.
Great. Thank you so much. Commissioner Cummings, I think you made some if I could make a few comments. I just thought you made some great points and completely valid points. And I think it would be appropriate to return to the city now. It sounds to me that you would be open, and I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, we'll have to see, to a 2-year potentially extension. And during that 2 years, have a real study to determine access, specifically focused on access to the coast. How is this restricting access or not restricting access to the coast? Is that sort of what you have in mind while you're working on the issues surrounding homelessness in your community?
I'd be open to that, but I'm not sure procedurally if we can do that since this is
Well,
an
let's
appeal.
see what the options are. Let's go to staff and see what the options are.
I mean,
the
I
city.
can walk through that. You know, as it is, so this is an appeal, as Commissioner Cummings indicated. So the city's coastal permit's what's in front of us. And so in order to make changes to the city's coastal permit, normally you'd have to find substantial issue today. And then in the future, at some point, we'd have to have a de novo hearing wherein the commission could, if the commission so desired, approve a coastal permit for a different term, for example. Or the commission could deny a coastal permit at that time with direction for the city to go back and do that. That's kind of the normal way that might occur, which would put us, you know, multiple months out, and the city would be out of compliance with I mean, they wouldn't have a permit as of 2 days from now. I would note this, as we indicated earlier, this is a kind of different coastal permit in that one of its conditions allows for those modifications. If the city proposes a modification and the executive director agrees, then that modification can be made. And so I don't know, it's not a typical sort of scenario, but you know, the city could propose a modification to, for example, a 2-year term that the executive director could agree to. And that might be one way to accommodate what you're describing, short of going substantial issue and doing it one of those other kind of processes. But that would be a certain amount of, you know, trust. A no substantial issue determination is suggesting that, you know, the city's permit is valid and can move forward. So I think if you were interested in that, you'd want to definitely check with the city as to, you know, their inclination about this issue, if this is the will of the commission. But those are the options as I see them.
So Dan, the thing I'm sorry, maybe I missed is, so could this be continued, or are we up against a deadline here?
Well, I mean, yes, it could be continued. Again, the city's permit from the commission expires in 2 days. And so they wouldn't have a permit to continue their program. And if,
Right, could we extend the permit pending discussion with ED?
I would note that the city has their hand raised, so we may want to go to them.
I was thinking, but I want to
Yeah.
know what they're.
I think if the city were to propose a minor modification to their CDP
now,
potentially now, like a
Oh, okay.
shorter term or I know, I would note that there's a part of that specific condition 5, minor modifications, that calls out addressing concerns with visitors that have oversized vehicles. So, I mean, there's different ways we could approach it, but it seems like today the main concern is the time frame. So we might want to ask the city if they would be willing to consider a modification to their CDP.
Right, I would just combine the time frame as well as the city embarking on more, finding out more about who's visiting there and what the situation is. So we'll go to the city now and determine whether they would be willing to make any changes in their recommendations on or the CDP, their request for the CDP.
Thank you, Chair Hart. I'd be happy to speak to that. If it would please the chair, I would also be happy to speak to the comments at hand, or I can just address the specific question. But I would also, I'm prepared to respond to the issues that were raised as well.
Well, let me turn to my fellow commissioner who brought up the issue and see whether that's something he feels would be appropriate at this time. I'm assuming the city wants to talk about what they've done already to explore whether these are visitors to the coast. Would you like to? I personally would like to hear from the city without taking too much time on that issue. So I'd like to hear from the city, or I believe the commission would, on both without taking too much time, if you would, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Chair Hart. So a couple of quick comments. You know, our safe parking program does not address visitors at this point. I wanted to make that clear. And you know, we're aiming to serve the most vulnerable, those who are living in their vehicles. There are options for those visiting, whether that's the state parks or the hotel permits and campgrounds locally. When people are visiting individuals, those permits, there was a question about the cost. Those permits are $5 for a 72-hour permit, so they are very low cost. And then there was some reference to those who have larger vehicles as a result of disabilities. Those with disabled plates are exempt from this, the oversized vehicle overnight requirements. And so just wanted to put a couple of those things out for the commission's consideration. The hotel permits, I will note, are also $5. Thank you. To your point, transitioning to the question, we certainly want to acknowledge the concerns, and we would be willing to proceed with a minor modification. We would like to have that longer time frame rather than a shorter time frame. If it pleases the commission, we would be willing to proceed with a minor modification following this that would allow us to revisit in 3 years' time, and that would allow us to have a substantial amount of data that moves forward, and that would also allow us to modify the program as needed. You know, for example, we have had meetings with the appellants and with the advocates for the oversized vehicle ordinance together. And one of the things that we would like to do moving forward is actually have those meetings separate, so that there are opportunities for people to feel more comfortable in presenting to us. And I think, you know, all of the steps that we're doing, including the responses to the appellants, are things that we can hopefully use to make the program better over the course of the next few years. And we can also consider any changes as it relates to visitors as well, and getting that information out so that visitors know their options.
All right, thank you, Mr. Butler.
Thank
I'll
you.
just say I'm not sure that you're going to avoid a substantial issue finding with your 3-year proposal, given that Commissioner Cummings felt strongly about 2 years. Director Huckelbridge, do you have a comment?
I did, if you don't, through the chair. I just wanted to say, first of all, that as executive director, I would concur that that's a minor modification to the CDP. Just wanted to put that on the record. And I would also just continue to recommend that the commission find a substantial issue here. I think it's a good show of faith from the city to reduce the time frame. It is a substantial outlay of resources for them to run this program. And if the commission goes substantial issue, that means we'll bring it back on de novo. And as Mr. Carl mentioned, we have 2 choices. One would be to take on the permit ourselves. And just to be quite frank, I don't really think that that's a great idea. It's of course, if that's what the commission votes for, that's what we'll do. But we aren't really, I think, the best entity in this case to deal with a fairly local issue and then be responsible for enforcing a permit like this. So just wanted to put that out there. Of course, we will, this is a decision for the commission to make. We will follow your lead. But wanted to make that point. I still would really urge you to consider the 3 years. I think it's a good compromise.
All right, we have an additional comment from Commissioner Bochco.
Yeah, I'd just like to respond to that. I actually could easily agree to the 3 years. As we've seen, and there was a lot of discussion at the first hearing about this, that 1 year was really not enough. And that was us. I mean, we said, okay, this is a pilot. We're not sure, how it's going to work. So let's only give them a year. It wasn't long enough. So I don't see that unless there's something, really perceived in the information that we've gotten, that there's something that's being, not abused, but truly harming some access, that I don't see that happening. I understand it may be a little problematic to get a permit for your visitors to park, but a big giant vehicle like that is kind of an inconvenient thing for people other than the person in the vehicle, so the people in the vehicles. So I would support 3 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Bochco. And did you want anyone else? Because I just wanted to make another comment. One of the things that's bothering me about the impact on the visitors is if what Commissioner Cummings said is true, and people in oversized vehicles are required to go down to City Hall and get a permit during the time that City Hall is open, which I'm sure probably includes a lunch closure or something like that. I mean, that seems like a lot. I would be much more supportive if there was some kind of a way in this area, there were automated machines. If it's only $5 for 72 hours, there's, of course, solar powered machines all over the state to help people pay for parking when they're entering into a parking lot. So it seems to me to make it much easier for visitors to the coast to access these permits, that would be something I'd really like to see. And I'm curious if the city would be interested or open to doing something like that rather than have people have to go down to City Hall. Could you respond to that, Mr. Butler?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hart. I wanted to note first that the first ticket that someone receives is actually waived. So if someone were to receive a ticket for parking overnight, they would have that waived. With respect to the machine and whether or not something like that would be feasible, I'd like to turn it over to our parkings program manager, Gavin Hussey, to say whether or not something like that could be feasible from issuing tickets through an automated machine 24/7 rather than just when the parking office is open.
Yeah, so thank you, commissioners. There are programs, and we do run equipment that could accommodate limited time permits for oversized vehicles. They're multi-space pay stations primarily. We already have them in place in some of our parking structures. So we could look into procuring some more and putting them in locations where individuals with oversized vehicles could purchase a limited time duration permit to park overnight.
Okay, that's something I'd like to see included with our recommendations. I'd say from my perspective, I would agree that 3 years I know it's not ideal, but it seems like a reasonable period of time for the program. And I don't like the idea of us taking on this permit. I think it's not the way to go for the state agency. This seems like a local issue. And I would much rather it continue in the form it is. So for me personally, if the city is willing to go to a 3-year period and we include installation of machines that allow the 72-hour permit to be acquired for $5 in the location of the oversized vehicle parking, and there is a continued study and assessment of what the impact is on public access, I'd be in favor of finding of no substantial issue with those criteria. So I'm not sure if anyone else has anything else to say, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, it's just a clarification. The permit is actually from the homeowner. Do I have that not correct? Or is it actually the vehicle? Because does the homeowner or the property owner get the permit for the 72-hour visitor? Isn't it not a visitor pass? If it is a visitor pass, typically, or a lot of times you have online applications for that. It doesn't actually have to come from a vending machine necessarily. So
I would ask the city to maybe address that directly. They're going to have better knowledge of the program specifically.
Thank you, Chair Hart. I'll turn it over to our parkings program manager.
Yes, so it is a guest visitor pass associated with the address. Additionally, we have a hotel guest permit for oversized vehicles that's associated with the hotel for individuals that are going to stay there and store their vehicle in close proximity to the hotel.
And it could be either the resident who
Resident
purchased it or the guests. So either one.
Okay. Thank you for that. That was just a clarification for me.
All right, any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Cummings. And also, could you please close that door, because the reflection of the car is shining right in my face, like blinding me completely. So, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Commissioner Cummings.
Thank you, Chair. I did just want to clarify. So to that point with the 72-hour permits, it goes to the homeowner, and they only get 4 per year.
Clarify what you mean by homeowner.
So if, for example, I live in Santa Cruz and let's say Commissioner Wilson had a vehicle over 20 feet and he wanted to come to my house to visit, and let's say I don't have any off-street parking and he wants to park outside of my house or in the vicinity, I would have to go and get a permit from the city, and that permit would allow him to park that vehicle for only 72 hours. And I would only get 4 permits per year. So if he wanted to stay for more than 72 hours, I would only have up to 4 72-hour permits that I could be issued. And then after that point, if someone wanted to visit me and they had a vehicle over 20 feet, I would not have permits that would allow them to park within the coastal zone if I lived in the coastal zone.
Yeah,
or actually in the city, period. So that's why for me, and I hear it, and I want to acknowledge what the low cost of the permits, which I wasn't aware of, but it's good that those are low cost permits. The issue that I'm raising today that I think we really need to continue to take into consideration with all of this is that we don't have any data on how this program will impact people who want to visit the coast during the summer. And totally understand the fact that it took a long time to get the program up and running. But my concern is that, and I just don't understand why, rather than asking for an extension, given the amount of time it took to stand this program, why rather than asking for an extension, the city moved forward with, we're going to do a 5-year program, especially because of the fact that went to the Planning Commission in February of this year. So you had a very small window of data collection before the city decided to move forward with, we're going to extend this for a very long time. And what I just heard Director Butler say is, well, we want three years to collect enough data. It's like, well, the determination for moving forward with 5 years was done based on 6 months worth of data. So why now is it that we need 3 years worth of data to collect enough information to justify an extension? And that's why I've been moving forward with saying, like, let's do 2 years and we can get something back sooner. So that's kind of where I've been coming from with that perspective.
Can I just thank you? Just 1 second. Our general counsel wanted to make a comment, and then we'll return. We have a couple of commissioners that want to speak.
I just wanted to explain some things that are in the existing permit. For one, I heard Mr. Butler say that the reason they wanted 3 years was to address the adaptive management aspect of this. So it wasn't just to collect data, it was to be able to make modifications. And as
the executive director pointed out, one of the minor modifications specifically called out is revisions to the residential parking permit for residents and their guests. So if there is the issue that Commissioner Cummings is concerned about, there's also a provision for ongoing feedback. That's one of the conditions of the permit. So it gives the city the ability to get feedback from the summer and possibly to adapt the program and then have another summer to gather additional data. So my understanding is that's why the city wants a little bit more time so that they can actually collect the feedback, adapt to it through this special condition 5, which allows the minor modifications, and then bring it back to the commission.
Thank you. And I also just want to acknowledge that, so my understanding is there is no parking for oversized vehicles 24 hours in this area. They have to be associated with a resident, and the resident has to obtain the pass.
And
That's the system.
for them to park overnight.
For them to park between midnight and 5 a.m., which is really all we're talking about here. That's what we're talking about. Access, and I think it's critical that the commission understand that. The issue here is access to the beach between midnight and 5 a.m. That's the closure period. That's what we're talking about here. So any other comments, commissioners? Vice Chair Escalante.
If I can say though, it is a bigger access issue because it deters people who owns those vehicles to even come into the city and park, or there's sort of this, if they have to stay around Santa Cruz, they're not going to come into Santa Cruz because they know that there's all these restrictions. And what I'm sort of siding with, beginning to side with Commissioner Cummings on this because at first I was kind of ambivalent, but I think you have turned me completely around. Just because I do agree. I think that why not get an extension? Why not let the year run out? So, sort of solidifying us into 5 years. I think once you build it, it's going to be hard to unbuild it. I mean, I understand about feedback and public, but it doesn't necessarily mean changes are going to happen and people are going to be heard, right? Depends who's heard. And so I think that I wish we could have the 2 years or be in a place where you're the most comfortable because you're going to have to be dealing with this locally.
Just want to turn to the city again and ask if they would be willing to agree to a 2-year term, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Aguirre. But first, I'd like to hear from the city again. Are you firm on the 3 years?
Our preference is the 3 years. Thank you, Chair Hart. Our preference is the 3 years. If it is the will of the commission, then we would initiate an initial term of 2 years.
Of 2 years. Thank you. I think that's a good decision. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to associate myself with Commissioner Cummings. I agree with his concerns. And for me, it's about coastal access for all. And even if it's only from 12 a.m. to 5 in the morning, it's still a coastal access restriction nonetheless. Now, what about people who don't live or don't have friends or, anybody they know in the city and they want to just explore the coast from border to border? I have concerns about that. And thirdly, the other concern I have, and I don't know if this is somewhat going to be addressed, but how do you even know that you need a permit? What if you're just driving from Imperial Beach, for example, and you want to visit Santa Cruz? How would you know that you needed to pull a permit? That's another concern.
Probably when you arrive there, but let me turn to our executive director and ask whether whether you would accept the 2-year term.
Yes, I would consider that a minor modification.
As a minor modification. All right. So before us now, folks, is that now the city council has agreed to a 2-year term, which you indicated, Commissioner Cummings, was acceptable to you. So we could, how would we approach this, Commissioner Warren, with this, Commissioner Warren? See, I've now made you an official commissioner, general counsel. Could you instruct us, would we find no substantial issue based on an extension of 2 years?
Yes, based on the conversation today, I consider that the permit now has been modified through this special condition 5 that allows for minor modifications. It's been approved by the city and the executive director. It will not have significant adverse coastal resource impacts. So if the commission were to find no substantial issue, it would include that 2-year term.
Okay, and could you also just instruct the commission on the rules regarding a vote on no substantial issue?
Yes, the motion to find no substantial issue is to find no substantial issue. So a yes vote is to find NSI A no vote would be to find substantial issue.
But a majority, so if it's a tie,
If it's a tie, then substantial issue is found.
if it's a tie, substantial issue is found. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. All right, any other comments, Commissioner Aguirre?
Thank you. Just a quick question to clarify. So after the, if this is approved, after the 2-year, I think we're considering it an extension at this point or a modification of the permit. It has to come back to us if they're going to extend the life of the program to have it be permanent.
I'd actually go to Executive Director Carl. I believe the city could process an extension and then that extension could be appealed to the commission, but if.
That's
I
not
just
quite
want to make
right.
sure that's clear.
That's not correct. Okay.
That's not quite right. So the way it would work under this coastal permit is if it's now a 2-year term, when they get to the end of the 2 years, they have the ability to extend the permit by further years, so long as the executive director agreed that it was being implemented properly, et cetera. So what would happen at that point would be if the city thought it was all going swimmingly and the executive director didn't, then the permit couldn't be extended. The only way the program could be permitted would be a new permit, which would then get appealed, which would be in front of you again. So you'd be putting a certain amount of trust in your executive director to make that decision at 2 years under the way this coastal permit's structured.
Okay, thank you. That
I am getting the feeling that the commission would like this to come back in
through the chair.
years.
Through the chair.
Yes.
As Dan just explained, that would mean it would be my decision on whether to extend the permit. I don't feel comfortable making that decision based on this discussion. So we would agree to hold an informational hearing to inform the executive director decision before we move forward.
And that would be prior to your decision.
That would be prior to the decision.
All right. So does everyone understand what's before us?
I'm ready.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes, lastly, I wonder if we could get an update a year from now on the
That'd be
progress
great.
of this program. Because I think that, and if any, I mean, because it sounds like there's opportunities for modifications to be made to this program or to this permit, and it'd be helpful for us to better understand, how it's being implemented, because I would imagine that I'm probably going to hear some concerns, and I imagine there's going to be concerns in the community, or maybe not with how this is implemented during the summer months. But I think it would be good for us to just stay up to date with what's happening on this permit, on this issue.
Would you want it to return so we could go through this summer and then maybe a year from September, so we could go through this summer and then the next summer and see where we are? So it would be essentially, 16, 15 months, say.
What back? Yeah.
Is that acceptable? Does that need to be accepted by the city, or could you?
Not necessarily.
All
No,
right.
we could do an informational hearing and we would hope that and invite them to
course.
participate and hope they would do so. But regardless, we could hold those hearings as you suggest.
And can we incorporate that into our decision today then?
You don't need to do that. I'm agreeing to do that.
Okay,
So it's not part of the city's permit. It would be part of our own process.
Great. All right. I think at this time we'll bring it back for a motion and a second, and we'll see where we are on this.
With all the understanding of everything that's been said here today, I'm ready to make the motion. I want to say that there is a significant amount of anxiety that I can see around the issue, both with commissioners. But I want to say, even in my community, this is becoming more and more of an issue. And I've had a fellow supervisor in my county ask about, talk about these issues, and I've actually referred him to look at the discussions around Santa Cruz as just as a primer in terms of and so when you're kind of the head of the spear on some of these issues like this is sort of this is what happens. And so so this is me actually appreciating the work that the city of Santa Cruz is doing in this, and appreciating the work and the analysis of our staff and of our commission to grok this, to intellectually grind through it, because it's not easy. With that, I'll make the motion. I move that the commission determine that appeal number A-3-STC-24-0012 raises no substantial issue with respect to the grounds on which the appeal has been filed under section 30603, and I recommend a yes vote.
All right. Do we have a second? All right. Motion by Wilson, seconded by Bochco, and a roll call vote.
Can I ask one question?
Yes,
before?
of course.
So with that motion, I guess, do the modifications that were made today, are those included in that motion?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to be sure. Thank
Yes.
you.
All right. Roll call vote, please. Thank you, Vanessa.
Commissioner Escalante,
No?
No is a yes, right?
No, he's recommending a yes
Oh,
vote for a
no.
no substantial issue finding.
No would be a vote for substantial
Oh,
issue.
yes,
Thank you.
yes, sorry.
Escalante, yes. Commissioner Harmon,
No.
Harmon, no. Commissioner Notoff,
Aye.
Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice,
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre,
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco, Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings,
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Chair Hart,
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
All right. Thank you, everybody. That was a great conversation, and I think that's a great outcome. And so we'll move on to what I believe is our next and potentially last item for today, 15A.
Yes, that's correct. That brings us to item number 15A, and this is an appeal in Santa Cruz County, and Nolan Clark from our Central Coast District staff is going to give our staff presentation. There is a PowerPoint for this one too.
Thank you, Dan. I just want to clarify that this is a CDP application, not an appeal.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Hart and
It
Commissioners.
makes me feel so much better when you make a mistake, Dan.
Glad to help.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. Item 15A is a proposal to replace existing armoring with new augmented armoring that incorporates an integrated coastal access pathway and public viewing area and stairways to the beach, all seaward of 3034 Pleasure Point Drive in the Pleasure Point area of Santa Cruz County. Slide 1 shows a visual simulation of the proposed project with the accessway features along the seaward portion of the armoring. Before getting started, I'll note that we distributed an addendum earlier this week.
Mr. Clark, there's a request for you to speak louder or more into the microphone, please.
Oh, sure. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
You have to speak a little till we can see.
Maybe the mic on your cord there, closer to your mouth, Nolan.
How is this? Is this better?
That's better. Just speak loudly. Thank you.
Okay, great. Before getting started, I'll note that we distributed an addendum earlier this week that makes one minor change to the conditions, but that does not significantly alter the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. The project site noted in red toward the bottom right of slide 2 is located in the Pleasure Point neighborhood and overlooks the world-famous Pleasure Point surfing area. The project is located between the city of Santa Cruz and the city of Capitola in unincorporated coastal Live Oak. The project is located just up coast of the Pleasure Point Parkway, a very popular and well-used blufftop recreational area. Next slide, please. Slide 3 zooms in on the project site, which is seaward of the applicant's home, noted here as 3034 Pleasure Point Drive. 2 houses up coast of the county's Pleasure Point Parkway, also noted. As you can see, the site and surrounding area is extensively armored, and there is typically little to no sandy beach seaward of this stretch of homes, as shown here in this photo. Some of the armoring at the site predates the Coastal Act, including the main vertical concrete seawall, and some was temporarily allowed by the Commission via emergency permits. Despite the relative inaccessibility of the site, it still serves as a popular public recreational area during low tides and as a surf entry point for those more nimble afoot. As described in more detail in the staff report, because the applicant's home is an existing structure in danger from erosion, the Coastal Act preliminary tests to allow for armoring have been met in this case. Next slide, please. Slide 4 zooms out a bit. Here you can see the landform that makes up Soquel Point, more commonly referred to as Pleasure Point. As you can see up coast of the Pleasure Point Parkway, there is a row of houses on the bluff top and located between public roads and the ocean, and the point itself is essentially entirely armored. Generally, public access is along these inland public roads with no view of the ocean in that area. However, as indicated here, the Commission has in the past approved coastal permits to formalize public trails on the seaward side of the homes that are integrated into armoring. The areas noted in red and green are all previous projects similar to the one before you today, either already constructed in red or pending construction in green, respectively, where the Commission approved armoring along with integrated and formalized access. The vision here is to provide a trail seaward of the homes of the Pleasure Point Parkway around the point, where the public too can enjoy the world-class views and directly access the beach and ocean despite this stretch of the coast consisting of bluff-top homes fronted by armoring. The project today, noted here in yellow, would further that vision. In fact, if approved today, this project would represent the 5th of 7 homes with approved armoring with integrated and formalized access between the county's Pleasure Point Parkway and Sewer Peak vertical beach access points. By further formalizing access across this armored stretch, the effect of armoring can be mitigated for in a direct and immediate way from the onset. Next slide, please. Slide 5 here shows some recently completed and pending armoring projects with integrated access along the stretch of Pleasure Point. The 2 cases shown at the top of this slide were constructed in 2019 and 2020 at either end of this stretch, where the trail shown on the right connects to the Pleasure Point Parkway via a stairway and also includes a surf access stairway just around the corner in this view. The 2 simulations at the bottom of this slide show the recently approved armoring projects at 3006 and 3020 Pleasure Point Drive, which are set to provide a formalized and direct path from the county's Sewer Peak stairway to the beach and to include benches and viewing areas along the way. These images give you a sense of what these integrated trails can provide. Next slide, please. As already mentioned, the existing site conditions are that of a heavily armored shoreline. Shown here on slide 6 is an aerial view of the project site, taken during an extremely low tide. The lower bedrock shelf seen here is almost always inundated by the tides, as approximated by the greener, moss-covered area at its base. The armored perimeter of that lower bedrock shelf, the vertical concrete seawall, and the house itself all predate the Coastal Act. The bedrock shelf has historically been surfaced with shotcrete, but this shotcrete surfacing was redone in 1998 by benefit of a Coastal Commission-issued emergency CDP. The vertical concrete seawall serves also as an integral structural support for the house and has become undermined such that it is in danger of failure, which would potentially be catastrophic for the stability of the house. As you can see here, the armoring on site is degraded, making lateral access difficult when available, and the area is visually blighted. Only the most dexterous surfers are typically able or willing to traverse this project area. Next slide, please. In order to address the danger to the pre-coastal house and to improve the access situation here, the applicants propose to replace the existing armoring with augmented armoring, to remove broken chunks of historical armoring and concrete across the site, and to construct the previously mentioned integrated public access path and viewing area with stairways to the beach at either end. Slide 7 here shows a visual simulation of the proposed project. Armoring elements and the access path would be textured to mimic the adjacent Parisima sandstone and bluff materials in the vicinity. With staff's recommended special conditions, the public access improvements on site would be required to connect to adjacent accessways if approved in the future, and to adapt to the sea level rise. In fact, the recommended conditions require additional mitigation as necessary after 20 years and require the applicants to evaluate potential project adaptations that could significantly reduce coastal resource impacts while still maintaining public recreational access areas and features, such as elevation of the walkway or even migration of the armoring and access features inland if determined by the commission to be appropriate. Overall, the proposed project would protect an existing structure from in danger from erosion and also serve to formalize and improve the current public recreational access available across the site. The applicants have expressed their support for the staff recommendation, and the project builds in required impact mitigation insofar as the public access improvements can offset the public access impacts of the armoring, both at the location of impact and from the onset. Next slide, please. In summary, staff recommends that the commission approve the proposed project with the mitigation measures and special conditions that, in staff's view, address the impacts associated with the armoring. To be clear, similar to recent armoring approvals in this area, this is a unique and difficult context, but one that requires a prescription that takes into account the current informal and sometimes dangerous nature of the public access pattern here, and seeks to improve the situation with tangible and direct public access improvements built into the project where armoring is required to be approved pursuant to the Coastal Act, as is the case here. Again, we worked closely with the applicants on this project and its design who are in agreement with the staff recommendation. In conclusion, staff recommends approval with conditions, and the motion and resolution to effectuate this are found on page 4 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Clark. Are there any ex partes on this? Commissioner Cummings?
Yeah, it's funny because this is going back actually a long time. So actually April 18th of 2023.
I thought this was
I had an ex parte on this at 4:30 p.m. Pleasure
Right.
Point, Santa Cruz, California. The person initiating the communication was Jennifer Cratch. And it was on behalf of Mark Massara, and the people who were present were myself, Mark Massara, and Jennifer Cratch. And so this was kind of when I first got on the commission. And so I was invited by Jennifer Cratch to meet with Attorney Mark Massara as an introductory meeting. In general, the meeting was a meet and greet where we discussed past coastal issues and coastal armoring in general. As part of our conversation, we took a walk along a section of Pleasure Point that had been previously armored. What's relevant to the commission is that when we got to Pleasure Point and at the end of the area that had been previously armored, Mark shared with me his perspective on how continuing armoring north could be a mutually beneficial opportunity for both the private property owners and the public if the armoring could create a walkable public trail that would increase coastal access in an area where coastal access is currently less accessible. And the property that is before us today were one of the properties that we were walking along where we were having this discussion. And given that the permit was before the commission, I thought that it probably would be most appropriate for me to disclose that as an ex parte.
Great, really appreciate it. Anyone else? All right, then we will open the public hearing and ask if the applicant is here.
We have a representative, Mark Massara, the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Massara, how much time do you need? Ah, you're here in person.
Madam Chair, I don't think there's any other speakers. There are other speakers?
I don't know. I could ask Chris and Vale, any other speakers on this?
Nope, there aren't.
Given that there are no other speakers and no opposition, I'll just try to be really brief.
Okay,
maybe 2
appreciate that
minutes.
very much. Thank you. 3 minutes then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
On behalf of Dr. Hofmann and his family, who are the owners of this property and the applicants, we would like to thank your staff and the staff at the county for working with us really diligently on this project. And thank you, Commissioner Cummings, for your long memory on this. As you know, commissioners, we've been working on a series of projects over the last 10 years that were inspired and started with your approval of the Pleasure Point Seawall in 2009 to build a continuous oceanfront public walkway that would run from Soquel all the way to Opal Cliffs and provide a window to the Monterey Bay that would be available not just to, wetsuit clad surfers, but also children and older people and folks that may not be as agile as more athletic surfers. You have approved now, I think, 6 projects. 3 already exist. 3 are in construction. This project is another really potent example to folks in this area that if you want to get repairs for your seawalls in the future, building no-cost public benefits into those repair projects and making those projects available to the public 24/7, free of charge, in perpetuity is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your brevity. And I hope if you drove all the way up here, you're enjoying this amazing weather and beautiful place.
I'm blessed to have friends in the area, and this is a glorious day. I hope that you get to enjoy it before it's over.
We were so lucky to be out this morning. All right, is there any other public comment? All right, close public comment, bring it back to staff for any
No.
comments?
Just
None?
available for questions.
All right, bring it to the commission.
I'm
Commissioner
happy to
Cummings.
make a motion whenever. you
Commissioner
wanna do it.
Cummings, and then did you want to make the
I
motion?
was going to go ahead and move the item. Yeah.
Go
so
ahead, please,
I'll just-
Commissioner
I'll just
Cummings.
thank
Think we have
staff
a
for-
second.
I'll thank staff for the work on this. I also want to thank Mr. Massara for taking me out to the property and demonstrating and showing me not only a new access point, but what the development was going to entail. And it sounds like since there's a way to work this out, I'm happy to move that the commission approve coastal development permit number 3-22-1027 pursuant to the staff recommendation. And I recommend a yes vote.
I'll second. All right, we have a motion and a second. We have a roll call vote, please. Is Commissioner Herman still online?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Yeah, oh, she is. Great. We lost you and your.
Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Nuttall.
Aye.
Nuttall, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
Yes.
Wilson, yes. Commissioner Aguirre.
Yes.
Aguirre, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Escalante. Escalante, yes. Chair Hart.
Sorry. Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is unanimous.
Okay, great. Can you hold on one sec? Okay, Commissioner Aguirre has a comment, and then I have a comment, and then we're going to close out. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really want to thank staff for their wonderful work that they did today, putting together an amazing field trip. Went so seamlessly. I also want to thank the partners, all the stakeholders that gave fabulous informational presentations. And yeah, it's all around great job. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I know we all share that. It's a huge amount of work with the vans and organizing everything, and just is just fantastic. And we're just really appreciative. All right, I just want to make to my fellow commissioners, we're going to be very tight on quorum tomorrow. So I want to let everybody know. I want you to let you know, Commissioner Herman, and appreciate you for being available on Zoom. So just want to note that for tomorrow, that everyone comes at 9 a.m. We're going to need everybody, and we will see you tomorrow.